cancer in his stomach line.
Huh.
Apparently, and so it's not a curable cancer.
Wow.
They can get it in remission.
There's a lot of that going on right now.
Huh?
There's a lot of that.
Seems like it's going on all the time.
Shoot.
Yeah, I talked to him. It was when Matt and his wife went down just to let him know that was going on.
Generally learned that I need to spend more time like editing text than I do.
Well, do you want to hear what Terry found yesterday? Real forest ordinance. The definition of portable.
Man, I don't know how to log in. How do you log in the program?
Amazing. They haven't worn it.
I don't think it's-
What are you, though? You wanna know what they located at?
Construction. That's.
Yeah, what are you?
KJJ.
In like the Fort Lee?
Morning.
Are you still in Alaska?
That's
Yes, I am.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Hi, JJ.
Good morning. Hi.
Thank you, because that way when Matt's speaking, I don't have to crank around to JD are speaking.
That's that.
Oh. Did you be right? I had to run over to another train. And
Thank you, Dave.
Cheers. I'm driving on country roads, looking at my GPS.
That GPS, that's really awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to Itasca Friday.
Oh.
Actually, we're going to LaSalle Lake, which is just north of the park, 5 miles.
I'll be in the neighborhood on Monday, picking up my daughter.
What,
She's at Many Points.
You missed Sarah?
Ponsford?
Yeah.
How you been, Terry?
Good, how are you?
Matt, can you hear us all right today? Oh, that sucks.
What do we say?
I'm not a painter.
This thing we. That was, I mean, there was up there to go to camp. We're looking in there the other day and you could see outside. Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh, no wonder why the pipes. Another didn't catch. So it just worked it out that we've got in the spray installation. So.
Oh, she's not.
Let us know where else we should put the lights, because I'm just gonna put in
Like, could you repeat?
some dressers and stuff in the house now. I mean,
Yeah, she actually got hired. She got hired,
but
but
we've been painting and painting both houses.
and I called her
Yeah.
and not even a minute in, she hangs up on me. It's like,
Yeah.
It's,
come on, man.
Frank Reese.
Come on. I was in the.
I don't know. It's been.
but you're, that's a good sign. You're almost there.
We're
Wow.
getting there. They're supposed to do it in cabinets today, I would think.
Actually, the.
Oh. And
Okay.
that-
It's not that I don't like you.
Last week and then. For countertops. So I'm gonna just kind of try to get the cabinets in, get the countertops coming, and then we'll finish painting everything else.
Okay. They told us we ordered a shower. It's 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you guys.
Morning, Reese.
Morning.
Free and what's on it?
How are you today?
It's actually pretty quick.
I think I'm doing pretty good.
That's why I said this, these countertops. They
I
said
got this new project that take my mind off.
we did campers.
I bought that truck that I was.
Oh,
telling you
yeah,
about.
yeah, the F-100.
Yeah, the old highboy. And so versus
I was like, we really wanted,
every day you find something else that
like, with everything.
wasn't quite perfect on it.
So we went to regular.
I don't want it perfect. I want to be. able-
There's still good construction, but we went to Lambert's.
It's easy to go down that route, though, to want it perfect.
Oh, it's,
Well, you know, parts of it are.
I mean,
are
if
so
it
good.
would have been a few $1,000, I would have just, not that much. I mean, we're trying to find.
Pretty soon,
everything we can right
the
now.
only thing you could do is
So,
drive it to a car show and
You're talking with Jessica.
bought it to drive town to coffee and stuff.
Heard some, and the guy said right after he placed his order, it jumped 15%.
Mhm.
He said, and he can't get it. 'cause
just today, all our rotors,
Fun, though.
brake drums and stuff,
We
went
have our 65 around. It's just, it's,
that's,
sometimes you just want to go low tech and.
I've time to go.
down and-
Yeah, that's what,
Um,
there's some days you just
I would just wish. they would-
ride the back with it.
I mean, all these price jumps,
Remember what it's like.
it's gotta be just as competitive just to do it.
Good way to import.
Your uniform.
And just,
Good question.
then you don't have to worry about supply chain issues.
I know. Yeah.
And a lot of it is moving away from that anyways. A lot of our stuff is.
Right.
It's going other places. Right?
Okay, I think it's 10. Call the meeting, well, first, let's talk about this. Notice of participation by Interactive Technology, the Pine County Commissioners, JJ Waldham and Matt Ludwig will be attending the Pine County Board of Commissioners regular meeting today via Interactive Technology pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.02. Commissioner Waldham will be seen and heard via electronic means and will participate from 315 Aspen Circle, Valdez, Alaska, a location that's open and accessible to the public. And Commissioner Ludwig will be seen and heard at the meeting by electronic means and will participate from Staybridge Suites, 2350 Commerce Drive, Northwest Rochester, Minnesota, a location open and accessible to the public. Public is invited to join the meeting in person or remotely. So we'll call the meeting to order and rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Public forum. Don't see anybody in the audience. Do we have any call-in folks? Public forum? All right, we'll move on to the agenda. Go over the additions, corrections.
I do, Mr. Chair. We have a number of additions to the agenda. Add consent agenda item number 4, Pine County Commissioners Expense Form Claims, There's a correction and an addition. And if we could add consent agenda item number 6A, new hire part-time hazardous waste recycling attendant. Regular agenda item number 2, Memorial Forest Ordinance Public Hearing, just a correction on portable versus potable. And then regular agenda item 4A1, Health and Human Services, to note that Janet Schumacher is retiring versus resigning after over 50 years with Pine County. On the economic, if we could add the Economic Development Committee report with recommendations. And then regular agenda item number 8, Commissioner updates, if we could add Housing and Redevelopment Authority update.
Ludwig will move as amended.
Lupgren will second.
Got a motion by Ludwig, second by Lundgren to approve the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Yeah,
So Economic Development Committee report, you're putting,
It's, Mr. Chair, Commissioner,
oh,
or it's on the agenda,
Yeah.
regular agenda item number 6. This is just adding the actual recommendations from the meeting yesterday.
I seen on this corrections and additions, it says 5 and on here it was 6.
motion by Ludwig. Okay. No other discussion. Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
We'll look for approval of the minutes of August 3rd, Pine County Board meeting and summary for publication.
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Lovegren, second by Moore. Is there any discussion? If not, Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes of the board reports and correspondence, Pine County Housing Redevelopment Authority, the HRA regular meeting from June 23rd, 21. 2020 annual disclosure report, tax increment district, city of Sandstone and city of Pine City. And the Pine County Chemical Coalition, August 9th, 2021.
I'll move that.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Moore, second by Lovegren. Any discussion? If not, Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren. Thank you.
Move on to the consent agenda. We've all read through that.
Make a motion.
Motion by Lovegren.
I'll second.
Seconded by Moore. Any discussion on the consent agenda? If not, Debbie?
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland. District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Brings us to our regular agenda, and the first one is a public hearing on ordinance 2021-43, amending the county land use ordinance. The presentation will be first.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chair, members of the board. Morning. I put together a PowerPoint about 30 minutes ago for this, just to help facilitate the discussion a little bit. So we can advance the first slide here. The zoning board has been working on opportunities for improvement within land use ordinances. The background of why even have the conversation is the Pine County Comprehensive Plan 2017 through 2030 took in public input on what are some of the community goals for the next 20 years, 30 years. The economic development and restoring and preserving natural areas were some of the high priorities. So the shoreline ordinance is one of the biggest tools the county utilizes in preservation of natural areas and water quality. So we wanted to look at that with a little more scrutiny. But also, as we do that, we need to be very mindful to also have policies that are supportive of economic development as well. Next slide, please. And then as they were working through, okay, what does that mean? What are the weaknesses of our local ordinance that we should actually be correcting? We also did a public survey of, for the lake associations across the county. And when asked, what's your view of the current status of development? A combined about 82% said that either shoreline development is out of control, which is a pretty small fraction, but then the majority of the respondents said that some improvements for wiser development in shorelines are warranted. So this gives us some validation that we're correct in looking at our ordinances with a little more critical eye. And then also, when considering water quality specifically, it was a combined 64% that either said, I'm extremely concerned, or I'm very concerned about water quality in our lake and expect land development regulations to be highly protective of the lake. That was the highest response we got at 40%. And then 25% of the respondents said some additional restrictions to guide land development would be warranted. So again, greater than 50% are kind of nudging us that we can do a little better here. Next slide, please. So, and then over the a year and a half course, we kind of worked through a number of things. And then I took that and kind of created a bit of a menu from the staff folks, us who are out doing the permitting, watching the projects installed. We kind of create a menu of here's the things that we're seeing happening. And the zoning board then responded to, yeah, I think this makes sense to pay more attention to. This maybe is not where we want to go. So some things have gotten thrown out and included as we've traveled along. And we haven't had a very concerted time where we're intensively planning on this, working on these changes. It's kind of an agenda item that gets peppered in to the meetings along with variance requests, conditional use permits. So the topics are, there's one small change for the Kettle River ordinance, and that's an ordinance just kind of following the Kettle River throughout Pine County. But then the vast majority of the changes are proposed for the shoreline management ordinance. And this is kind of a list of what's in them, but we'll go through each slide. Next one, please. So vacation rentals along the Kettle River. This is an old ordinance from the early 1970s. It was also adopted in state rule. So we are in the similar boat with the shoreline where we cannot be less restrictive than the state along the Kettle River. And back in the 1970s, there was no Airbnb or VRBO website. So now we have people asking, can we rent out our place? And it was a difficult interpretation to make. The DNR thinks it's consistent with what's allowed along the Kettle River. But our zoning board would like to see a conditional use permit process for doing that, much like we do along the shoreline. So typically, not one of those has been denied yet in the shoreline area. They've all been approved, but it gives us an opportunity to hear from the neighbors of, what are you specifically concerned of? And then usually there's, like a curfew, quiet hours after 11 PM at the last one, or that all garbage has to be contained and not left out, and just basic health, safety, and consideration for neighbors is what goes into those. So they're proposing that same process for the Kettle River, and and I didn't put the word language in verbatim on that one. Next, any questions on that?
So you said that it's the same as if it's on water. So if I have a place on Cross Lake, I have to have a conditional use permit to be able to rent it?
To do a VRBO, not a long-term rental where you rent, one tenant, but yeah.
Okay.
Next slide,
Can I ask another question?
please.
Does that then put them is there another tax category if you have
Can you answer that?
I cannot. I know someone who can.
Yes, so that was tax classification category, I think 62 that the legislature made last year. And so it's a 4BB 1, 2 or something. So it's taxed at 25% more than a regular residential property.
How does it compare with a residential non-homestead property?
Well, so what's different is the tax capacity rate. So residential homestead and residential non-homestead are both at 1%. And the VRBO classification is at 1.25%.
But that is probably based on actual use and independent of zoning restrictions, right?
I just asked.
Yeah.
I have one more question. We got this email from Sand Lake Resort, or this letter from them. So will this affect them, or are they already affected by this because they're on the lake and not on the river?
So this is pertaining, well, yeah, they're on a lake and not a river, so this would not affect them. But this is more geared towards single-family residence properties. And the language actually in there, it specifies that. So it's not for resorts. Those already need a conditional use permit to start a resort.
Okay, thanks.
Campground. Good. Guest quarters. So we operate under the state shoreline rules, which have specific lot size requirements for when you can have a guest cottage. And then it limits how large that guest cottage can be. So basically, so there's not multiple households living on a small lot along the lake. It's just kind of to maintain a little bit of the, we'll limit the density and kind of maintain the kind of the appeal of those neighborhoods by not cramming households in. So that's why the state shoreline rules kind of includes this guest cottage limitation. And then where we've struggled, this is more of an administrative piece, where how do we handle someone who wants to put a apartment in a garage then, where essentially it's another dwelling unit. And in working with the DNR, a number of counties have amended their ordinances to basically say, if you're going to have that garage apartment, you still have to have a certain amount of lot width to accommodate it, but the building itself is not as limited in size. Basically, the standard rule says it can't be bigger than 700 square feet, but if your garage is 900 square feet, that would be fine as long as that, you know, the apartment is smaller than 700 square feet. So it's kind of just clarifying language so that we know how we're supposed to be looking at these things and kind of doing it consistently. The next slide is basically a lot of, you see on the first bullet point, an insertion of guest quarters that's what we're calling a garage apartment. Yeah, that basically is the language of what I just described. Any questions on those? So it's not to discourage them. In some ways, they're a great thing. In general, in the shoreline area, you want to limit how much impervious surface you have. And by consolidating those things under one roof, it can be a very positive thing. But how does it fit against the rules? That's where we're trying to get the clarification in.
I do have a question. So in our township, you have to have an 800 square foot is the minimum that you can build for a residence or for a livable structure. So here at 700, is it taken into consideration what the other townships have for their zoning? This won't work in Hinckley Township.
So, but now is that true for just as a primary, or can you have like a mother-in-law cabin, so to speak?
If you have special zoning for it, you can have something extra, but I think it still has to meet the minimum size requirements. I haven't been on the board for.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm not sure.
You can't have a tiny house.
No, unless you get
You can't have a park model that your mother-in-law lives in.
No, not when the zoning was created, you know, which was a while ago, and I don't.
You need to talk to Susan Morris,
Well, yeah,
housing lady.
Yeah.
I think it aligns with state rule, and the state rules do allow it. And I think there is a desire for them. And I think what part of that is probably just to kind of maintain property values by kind of keeping home sizes a little bit more average.
Yeah.
And I think where these are accessory or, second dwellings. It's more, it's a different goal. Here, we're trying to make that second home not become like a whole nother residence, just where that kind of crowds that area along the lake shore and the roads and
Okay, so this isn't for, okay,
it's shoreland area only.
okay.
So generally where those lots are much smaller, very different scenario than out in the countryside.
I was just making sure if it was following townships, if the townships have specific sizes that they have to be or whatever.
But yeah, it's usually within the shoreland areas, it would default to this ordinance unless that township has adopted their own shoreline ordinance.
Okay.
I don't think that has been really an issue along lakes yet, where people have been building too small. So, next slide, please. Variance mitigation plans. So this is many of you received the letter from Mr. Lambert, which we appreciate. He had some very attentive concerns that I think, and some good points. So I want to be very transparent about kind of where this came from, what the intention was, and any weaknesses where, maybe it could be a little stronger. So when a homeowner has a house that's too close to the lake or river, and it does not meet the current setback requirements, they need a variance in order to expand it. That's the rule of the land these days. Then you kind of review it for a few criteria, and this goes through the zoning board, and they determine whether, and some of those, the two of the criteria that I think where this is going to be helpful and where I think the zoning board appreciates this concept is, one of the criteria is the proposed use reasonable? Sometimes if I buy the house last year and it's 600 square feet and I want to make it 2,000 square feet and it's, half the setback requirement, is it reasonable for me to expect to do that? It's hard for people to come out on that. And then the other question is that proposal consistent with the intent of the shoreline rules and the intent of our comprehensive plan? That also is one of the sticking points where, the ordinance tries to limit the density and intensity of development from encroaching on the lake and the river. So what this process does, and it's very similar and basically adapted from Carleton County, where it puts the applicant through a structure in which they strengthen their proposal by providing some mitigation. So if you can say, yeah, I'm going to double the size of the house and it doesn't meet the setback, but I'm going to do activity X, Y, and Z to offset the impact of that variance, then when we have to answer the question, is this reasonable? That's a much easier answer than I just want it. I bought it last year. I expect to be able to do it because I bought it. Or is it consistent with the intent of the rules and our comprehensive plan, which seeks to conserve water quality? If you're doing X, Y, and Z to offset it, that becomes much more easier to say, yes, this proposal is doing everything it can to kind of meet community need while still being able to build what they need to build. So that was the intent behind it, which in my opinion, on behalf of the zoning board, I think makes sense. Devil's in the details though, right? So that's where it becomes a little bit tricky. And I think Mr. Lambert brings up some good points. One of the things that we did for the simplicity of the table, and so I don't want to run you along, but I also don't want to breeze over and feel like, well, we don't understand it, right? Well, so let's look at a recreational development lake, which is the second row. And this would be like Grindstone Lake, Sturgeon Lake, Big Pine Lake, Oak Lake, some of those types. The required setback where there's no public sewer is 100 feet. So if your building was at 90 feet back and you said, I want to get a variance to make this bigger, we would multiply you by that multiplier of 1. and you'd be at a score of 90. In which case you'd have to do some mitigation to earn a score of 100, to do 10 points of mitigation to offset your variance. That if you were half the setback, if you were 50, well then 50 times 1, you'd have a score of 50 and you'd have to do a little bit more mitigation. And then the next slide provides a table that assigns points to different activities. And one of them is the buffer planting are the top two, and those assign the most points, which Mr. Lambert contends seems a little arbitrary how they're weighted so heavily. And I think that's a fair criticism. So basically buffers filter runoff, and they do that very effectively. And a lot of times they provide some screening of the structure. But then we also have things like increase or removal of structures that don't meet the standard structure setback. So if you have a wood shed down closer to the lake that maybe it could be moved back, you could do that and get 10 points. Revegetate the bluff or steep slope, 10 points. So there's different activities. So it's meant to give some flexibility to people. We certainly don't want to put anybody in a corner with this stuff. So I think it provides a decent menu. The points perhaps could be redistributed a little bit, but also the one thing that we kind of worked off Carlton's though is it's been working for them there, and they see more variances get approved and they see better outcomes as a result. So that's that piece. Any questions on variance mitigation requirements? Next slide, please. The next ones are simpler. This is and more for JJ's benefit up on the north end of the county in his district. This is in Willow River. There was a parcel that was annexed to the city of Willow River, and basically our shoreline zoning does not extend into city limits. So it's a simple map amendment so that city can do their regulate zoning within their own municipal boundaries. And then the next one is similar. Next slide. There's an area. So I have one of these. This north-south line right here is basically the municipal boundary. The west side is the city of Pine City. East side is this Pine City Township. And these lakes are regulated as shoreland under the city's shoreland ordinance. But because of this boundary, because the lake is not actually in the township, it's not regulated under county shoreland ordinance. Whereas it would make a lot of sense being pushed right up to Cross Lake development. This is Cross Lake Preserve and city limits. It's a good candidate for development. So I met with the Pine City Township and kind of explained why we could consider in putting that into shoreline ordinance. It would allow for smaller lot sizes, which would be more conducive to economic development, but also would put a little bit more specific requirements for things like stormwater, clearing trees along the lake, things like that. So I think that'll probably be developed with the benefit as being lakeshore property and recreational, I don't know, waterfront type property. So I think it's consistent. And
Caleb, I'm just curious why those two little lakes were never in the shoreland before.
Because the entirety of the lake is in the city limits and not
in the entirety of the lake.
This, you can see, this is the city limits right here, this north-south line.
Oh, really?
Yep.
It goes all the way down through Squaw Lake?
Just along the east side of it.
Wow. I never knew that.
I think when
So those property owners, do they own the city and the township?
all the way around.
Sorry?
The property owners there, do they own in the city and the township?
I thought
Oh, okay. Okay.
I didn't know he was in the city.
Yeah, the lake was, but the house ain't.
The houses.
Any other questions on that? Does that make sense?
Well, it does. Didn't make sense that it wasn't.
Sure.
Because I didn't realize the city line cut right across the shore. But you couldn't build in the city because there's like this wide and it's swampy right there.
Right. But everything you do along that slope, you know, would affect that lake as well as that water is connected up to Cross Lake. So it's for the protection of Cross Lake as well, Snake River.
Will it affect the I mean, you said the guy that owns it?
Yes, so there's an owner that is kind of exploring development of that property right now. They've been in conversation with this public sewer district, and I've been very transparent with them as they've been doing their planning, and they've not raised any concerns about the change.
Doesn't Foster own?
Mhm.
Mosier owns that house. Bruce
Bruce
Mosier.
Mosier owns the house.
This is a change proposed affecting the required lot widths for Seward lakes on recreational development and general development lakes. For recreational development, it would go from 75 feet to 100, which is basically sand lake. But we ultimately were looking more at general development where we do zoning along the east side of Cross Lake, where there's a 75-foot minimum lot width. And we are proposing to change that to 100 and 150 feet for duplex lot widths. And it just didn't make sense to have that standard be more restrictive than recreational development, because generally, general development is looser than recreational. So to kind of, it made more sense to move them together. But that's a feedback we've heard when we've been doing these public hearings for new developments, is that 75 feet is pretty narrow. And we're hearing that from neighbors that maybe that made sense at one time, but they don't want that density. And you look along Cross Lake and the amount of driveways and some of the congestion that makes in traffic safety, they thought 100, a wider limit made more sense. And I felt validated in the zoning board's recommendation when we worked with Luke Heggie on his recent development, and he agreed that before this was even adopted, he went to 100-foot minimums on his because he thought that's what the buyers are going to want as well. So
Is there 75 feet of saleable land left on?
well, if you have a 150-foot lot. Yeah, well, it also applies for non-riparian lots. So if you're within 1,000 feet, but you're not right on the lake, it would apply to those as well. And that's where some of the newer developments are occurring, is along those second tier
So
and third tier in some cases.
the lot the county has for sale, 75 feet wide or 100 feet wide?
I think it's 100, but it's not.
So I have a question about this. If I own a 75-foot lot or a 150-foot lot, either or, and let's say it's a 150-foot lot and I bought it with the understanding that I could sell half of it and that, it's kind of my retirement fund type of thing. This is going to stop me from doing that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if I have a 75-foot lot now and I want to do something on it, is that going to hinder anything that I want to do?
No, the ordinance is clear that lots that do not conform to the width or size requirement still can build as long as you can meet all setback requirements. But the first scenario you described where I intended to divide my 150-foot wide lot on Cross Lake, that would be true, that would no longer be an option.
There's a lot of 50-foot lots on Cross Lake.
Yeah.
It's be the norm.
Yeah.
And what you're describing, I guess with the subdivisions we have been seeing, they haven't really, it's been more of the, by and large, the larger subdivisions that we've been seeing. So I guess I haven't heard that scenario as much.
No, I said it used to be the norm. I mean, it used to.
Oh, well, the concept of someone owning a single lot and dividing just half of it.
Okay.
I think your point is well taken, but on a practical sense, I don't think we're hearing and seeing that as much.
I think people are buying the lot next to them. So they got, if they bought a 75-foot lot, they're waiting to buy the 75-foot lot next to them.
So they have more space.
Yeah,
It's more of more consistent with what Luke Heggie's description was.
Right.
People find 75 to be a little too light. Structure setback averaging. We talked, the zoning board's initial proposal was to eliminate setback averaging altogether. And with your feedback that was not something you guys were interested in, they have softened that so that basically, if the required setback is 100 feet, but your two neighbors are closer than that, you can come to the average of the two of them. But I would almost call this clarifying language where we're only talking about principal dwellings. So if the neighbor has a gazebo down by the lake, you can't take the average of that in the neighbor's house on the other side. And I think that's more the intent of what that rule is, but it's just so we kind of don't get backed into a situation where we are approving a permit that was not really intended to be approved. Grading and filling. So the two main things that we're providing additional language on are beach sand blankets and riprap. So for beach sand blankets, they're features that usually straddle the ordinary high water level. So below the OHWL, the ordinary high water level is DNR jurisdiction. Above the ordinary high water level is county or city township jurisdiction, shoreline ordinance. So in the case of beach sand blankets, the state does not allow you to lay sand more than twice. They don't allow you to put fabric underneath the sand to inhibit weeds. They don't allow you to apply herbicide on the weeds. So there's essentially it's a yes, you can do it, but only for a little bit. And the reality is that sand washes to the lake, and it's and beach material that erodes into the lake may coat aquatic plant beds and fish spawning grounds, degrading that habitat and damaging water quality of the lake. They're attractive to people, but I think a lot of people just don't understand that the sand's not going to stay there, and it's not doing the lake any favors by having that feature. So our proposal is to align with state rules below the OHWL more closely, but basically not allow them except for contained sandboxes. So if the grandkids want to play in the sand down there, of course, but it's going to be in a sand box that's going to hold that sand in place. That's the concept there. And the reality is there's a lot of those that are out there already that the rules kind of suggest that they're not allowed now, but it's not as clear as administrator, it's not as clear where I feel very confident in denying somebody in the absence of this amendment. So normally we would approve them. Grading and filling, then this is more for riprap, and this is similarly straddles the ordinary high water level. The DNR has a little bit more language that guides when those are appropriate or not. Ours are much looser, and this language would create more consistency on both sides, and I think less confusion for one. But some of those changes would be that riprap is only allowed where there's demonstrated need to stop existing erosion or to restore eroded shoreline. And a big part of that is habitat conservation and stormwater runoff filtration, that as you remove that vegetation and backfill with rock, it disrupts that. So this prescribes that would be much more appropriate only where it's really needed to correct erosion problems. And then there's just some specifications about rock size, and that's really more about the actual mechanics of how that stuff works. And a lot of those contractors are following this already. There are some that don't follow the correct rock sizing where they don't hold up. So it's kind of, that's more of a installation BMP. And then similarly, some of the other things are, without going into too much detail, more about actual specifications. Any thoughts or concerns on that? And the last bit is just aligning with state statute. Minnesota 394 has this exact language. And this was another one that Mr. Lambert, I think, he thought that it gave the zoning administrator, I think, and I think he was on, if he wants to speak, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but it gave a little bit too much subjective discretion to zoning staff. But the language is verbatim from statute in evaluating variances, zoning, and building permit applications. And this is only on for non-conforming lots of record as well. It comes right from that section. So if you have a lot that that meets all the required size and width, this does not apply. But it gives some ability to kind of put in some better management practices. But essentially we have to have this languages because it says the zoning authority shall require the property, not may. This is not an optional thing. This is something we're supposed to be doing. So, and then, and as far as administrative discretion, that's one thing that over the last couple of years, as we've added more zoning staff that are highly skilled, it's been a lot of fun just to see how much more we've learned as we have we've got people with geology backgrounds, ecology, biology. We've got a good team of professional, conservation professionals. So we work together very collaboratively in reviewing some of those that we're concerned about. And I think we come to try to guide people when we can't approve something, guide them towards something that will work. That is all.
Questions, anybody?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I couldn't get to my mute button fast enough when you were back on the point system. You don't have to bring it back up. But Caleb, I know in the past with there's always been a process for most of these things to be mitigated between the zoning board and the rules to make things work. So in that point system chart thing, most of the time you're going to be able to resolve issues. Would you say that? With some changes and things like that.
In the absence of the amendment, we can usually resolve issues. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I know I'm just talking generally speaking. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I mean, there's ways for people to make things work, right?
But it's on them what they're willing to propose. So usually when someone wants to apply for a variance, I tell them that the folks who have most success are those who minimize the request and mitigate the request. And it's up to you what you're willing to, what can work for you, If you're making a 800 square foot cabin into a 3,000 square foot home that's way too close to the lake, there's not much minimization there, and that may not be a good candidate. But then if you can do activities XYZ to offset, and some of them will go with that, and some will say, well, I don't want to do that stuff. I'm just going to roll the dice and see if I can get through. So it goes both ways.
I got a question.
Yeah,
And Mr. Chair, please.
go ahead.
On that, if you back up on your PowerPoint, your last one, shall being mandatory.
Is that the one, JJ? Oh,
Yeah, I
please.
guess I could only see it on your board there, but I couldn't see it. But you said it's mandatory because it's shall.
Yeah, the language comes directly from statute.
Right. So then the when appropriate part. So there is an exception.
Agreed. So if.
Okay.
So
So and
let's
then
say
one more thing, if I could.
Yeah.
And then if you are in the city limits, this doesn't matter at all. The city will decide, correct?
If that city has this is Minnesota 394, which counties operate under, which I'm not sure how they operate under 462. And I'm not sure if they have that same language.
Well, from your other PowerPoint, it looked like there was a Devil's Lake and the entirety of the lake was in a different, government. So there was no jurisdiction, so to speak, from you and your department. And then it just here, when it says it's shall's mandatory, I was just looking,
Yeah.
language here, when appropriate. So then I guess shall isn't mandatory if there's some decision that can
We-
be
so then
appropriate,
I would
or
say-
when it's in a city, I guess. So it's
I guess the when appropriate, so then it would be at the county's discretion, which may be zoning board, maybe zoning staff, to determine whether that's appropriate.
Or city.
Well, the problem with
Yeah.
that particular slide, JJ,
Yep.
is that Devil's Lake is in the city limits in its entirety, but no shoreland is within the city. The line is right at the water's edge. So I think we're just clearing up who's, because
Yeah.
the township doesn't have zoning staff. So they, from what I understand from the township, they wish that the county would take over that shoreland.
okay.
So the last slide about non-conforming uses shall look at those things, stormwater and such, only applies where we have jurisdiction.
Mhm.
So if they happen to be on Devil's Lake, but within city limits, which some proposals may, we're out. They'll be the cities and whatever they've adopted.
Yeah, when appropriate.
Agreed.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So while you were talking, you were saying that Mr. Lampert had some concerns and you were agreeing with some of his concerns. Does that mean that you're looking at making some changes to some of this?
Yeah, well, I think, I almost wonder if he's still on, if it would make more sense to go back and revisit that. I don't know. I think he brought up good points. The zoning board felt as proposed, this is good. But on the flip coin, he can also make some reasonable arguments. Both can be reasonable, I think. But though I will say the one thing that I think I concurred with the most about his letter, and I read it briefly, mind you, I got it a couple minutes before the meeting. But the points, the score multipliers. So this would be for.
Here, I'm here.
He's here. Maybe we'll defer, we'll let him speak during the public hearing. Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
and
You want to open the public hearing?
yeah, we'll have just a second here until we get any questions from the board. Okay, we'll open it up to the public and we'll let Mr. Lampert speak.
Good morning, board members, commissioners, Caleb. Thank you for giving me the opportunity this morning to speak. I apologize that I'm not with you. I only just learned of frankly, this ordinance and this meeting on Saturday. I own Sand Lake Resort. We have 29 units that are currently operated. Go ahead, Danielle, if you want to pull up our photos. We are in the process of redeveloping the resort into a new facility. And so if you can, I'm going to try to share our screen. And we have received a permit from Windermere Township to reconstruct the resort for 49 units at approximately an $8 to $10 million cost. There are a number of issues that we have been working through for months now. I've worked with Caleb on kind of jurisdiction with Pine County, Windermere Township. I've worked with Minnesota DNR, thanks to Caleb, and some of the things that he's helped with are done. And so we are moving forward with a redevelopment. We still have a number of pre-development issues. What I will tell you is I have a permit today for 49 units. That permit cannot touch the 75-foot high water setback. If you adopt this ordinance today, it will take effect in August and it will catch fee. And Danielle, do you want to show the other photo of the other side so they can see it? And you can kind of see our proposed idea. We want to have something that's basically a nice new facility that takes advantage of the fact that Sand Lake is sewered. We are, as Caleb pointed out, the only lake that is sewered. We're immediately adjacent to Highway 61. Thank you, by the way, for the new pavement on Highway 61. It's amazing. And we are about a 90-year-old business that continues to try to find its way through COVID and through changing desires and needs. So this is our proposal. We're excited about it. Those of you that have heard of me, I've done the Bluestone development in Duluth, and I think we do a good job, and I think our reputation is strong. I'm here today because I am mortified of Caleb's proposal that's in front of you. The concern that I really have, and Danielle, we can go back to sharing our screen. The concern that I have, commissioners, is that this is probably the most expansive jurisdiction for your zoning department since the actual shoreline was adopted. This will affect every single lake owner, every single river owner, every single wetland owner in your entire county. And so this is a very, very, very big deal. And I'm very surprised that more people aren't here. I'm very surprised that more people aren't talking about it. One of my points in the letter is I think that there's been a real lack of transparency for the size of this issue that's coming before you. I want to say that Caleb Anderson came down to Windermere Lakes and Landowners Association, of which I've been a member for 15 years, made a presentation on voluntary buffers on Saturday morning, spent 45 minutes explaining to 100 people about voluntary buffers. And not one word of this proposed ordinance was mentioned until I remembered to ask Caleb about this point system. And at the very end of that meeting, he said, oh, by the way, Tuesday morning, 10 a.m., we're having the public hearing on this. So I know Caleb tries to foster transparency. I know Caleb tries to be open about this. I will tell you that I think that this draft is as opaque as I've ever seen, and that people don't know what's proposed. And I guess there's two levels of that I'd like to share with you. My letter was I spent the day yesterday kind of working through the proposal. And I will tell you, I don't think you should adopt the mitigation point system. I think Pine County should run away from it. It goes off of the model ordinance that Caleb always likes to cite that the state has. The only community that we were able to find in the whole Arrowhead region that's adopted this has been Carleton County. And so I'm not sure what the impetus is that all of a sudden Pine County has to become Carleton County, but here we are. My concern, trying to move forward a new development, I'm going to need an ADA ramp from my parking garage. I'm going to need boat chargings. I will be back. I will need variances. You cannot run businesses without variances. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to trigger into his 10, 20, 30 point system. Danielle, do you want to share our map of our resort? From what I can tell you this morning, we spent a fair amount of time pulling up. Can you find our map? Or we have a buffer map for you. I'm sorry. We spent a fair amount of time working on what this means to us. This is our proposed resort that we showed you a picture of. If I'm obligated to come and ask for a variance, I immediately trip into the requirement that I have to have a buffer. This is a picture of our 25-foot natural vegetated buffer that's worth 30 points. In order for me to achieve approval from Caleb, I will need to close 3 of my beach accesses. I will need to fill in my beaches, and I will have a 20-foot buffer strip off of my current patio to my dock. This is a terrible ordinance. There's absolutely no consideration given for commercial establishments who need to make a living on the beach. The other reason this is terrible is this is assigned 30 points, purportedly because we want to help water quality and not let water get down to the lake. If I take my parking areas, every single one, all of the runoff, and I shoot them across to the empty gravel pit across the road, I get 10 points. But if I close off my beach access to all of my customers, I get 30. And I guess I'm just besides myself to say, who's making these point systems? This is terrible. Nobody's thought of this. Nobody's vetted what this is going to do to the business owners. The other thing I guess I wanted to call your attention to is this is patently unfair. The very first thing that's in, you can stop sharing, Danielle. The very first thing that's in A2 of your computations says all properties shall use unsewered values. Immediately, Sand Lake, every single property on Sand Lake is immediately thrown into mandatory buffer requirements because we can't use the values that we built to. We all built to the unsewered value of 75 feet. Caleb's now changing that in the overall request. But even worse than that is when anybody who walks in from Sand Lake wants to make a change or a variance, or in my case, something that I need to do for access, we're immediately told, well, you're built to 75. You can't do it. Your ordinance says you have to go 100. Therefore, Mark, you automatically come into a buffer. Don't care that you're pushing your water across the street. We need 30 points because that's what's required. You now have to close your beach and create a buffer. So I can't believe that Pine County intends for this to happen. This is frankly, many of you know, I'm an attorney by trade. I practiced for years. This is frankly the worst ordinance I've ever seen. And so I've never seen anything like that. And I've never seen it get this far without consideration. I would really challenge Caleb on the transparency. This affects every single business in Pine County, every single restaurant along the lake, every single resort, every single campground. There's been no outreach to us. There's been no discussion with us about, hey, Mark, this is something we're thinking about. What would your concerns be? Instead, here I find myself 10 a.m. this morning sitting in front of a Zoom call because I just learned about this on Saturday after I asked a question. So my request to the board is, please put a nail in the coffin and let's close this chapter on variance mitigation. We can all work together to understand water quality, but this is really an agenda item, a conservation agenda item that says we value buffers more than anything else on the lake, and we want every lake buffered when they come to ask for some sort of variance request. And I think that's wrong. I would also stand by my comments on the concern of the non-conforming. You're basically empowering your zoning office to further expand their reach to say, well, Mark, by the way, you now have to update your stormwater. Your impervious is 25%, so you'll have to do this. It's a carte blanche for your zoning office. It's in statute. If it's important, you can enforce it through statute. You don't need to hand that tool to your zoning administrator to come and have another big set of items to talk to. I'll stand for questions. Again, I apologize for the long letter. I apologize for the last minute, but I will insist that this is really lack transparency. And I really think that this is the wrong direction for Pine County to take, at least on behalf of one of your businesses in the county. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. I do have to clarify a few things. This is not Caleb's ordinance. Caleb is the messenger. And to attack Caleb personally is not called for. This came from the zoning board, not from Caleb. Caleb.
And I apologize if it sounds as though I'm attacking Caleb. I'm not, but I am very frustrated that
I can understand being frustrated, but I just want to set the record straight. It's not Caleb's ordinance. He is the messenger delivering the message.
And I apologize if it came that way, although I still stand by my comments on transparency. This seems like it's a long way down the chute until we're finally learning of this now. I will partially apologize, but we talked about this ordinance at our meeting in April. And so I don't know, these are public meetings. The zoning board meetings are public meetings. And we get accused a lot of doing stuff under the table, so to speak. And they're all public meetings.
And so it's now August, the second meeting in August, and this came before us in April. We sent it back to the zoning board for some, redefinitions and they took a look at it and brought it back to us. So it is a long way down the chute because they've been working on it for a long, long time.
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to reach out to the other businesses in the county if that's something that the board would consider tabling so that you can hear their voices. But I don't think my comments are off base. I think my comments are well placed, and this is a very troubling ordinance. And so whether there was a previous discussion or not, I don't think it takes away from the merits of what's before you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I think there was more public comment. I think I need to put it.
Yeah, just a second before thank you, Matt. I believe we have somebody else that wants to talk during public comment.
Yep, we do.
Okay,
Go ahead, Eileen.
Gussie, are you on?
Yep, I'm here. Thanks, Steve. I just want to say that I'm thoroughly surprised by Mark Lambert's comments, and I want to thank him for actually saying something because I think he's opened my eyes to how this is going to affect rural areas. I mean, what is this going to do to our lands out here if you're talking about wetland? Pine County is mostly wetland. And if these regulations start affecting us, I mean, we're trying to grow our county, not shut it down. It's been shut down long enough. So
Gussie,
that's,
yeah.
yes. Go ahead, Steve.
This is just for the shoreland ordinance, those lands that are presently in the shoreland.
Okay.
So 1,000 feet from
Lake,
lake.
or 300 feet of a public riverway. That's been adopted in ordinance. There's a lot of small creeks that are not adopted in the ordinance. Wetlands, no. Generally, it's 10 acres or larger for the lakes.
Okay, appreciate that clarification. And I just want to say, I don't think we need to discourage commercial business. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else for public comment? Then we will close the public part of the hearing and we'll go back to the county board for questions and comments. Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, go ahead. Hey,
I do.
Terry's first, Matt.
That can go first.
Oh, I don't hear. Thank you.
No, go ahead, Matt.
No,
Oh,
Terry,
wait,
go
Terry.
ahead. Go ahead.
So did you confirm with some of these business owners? I guess that's concerning to me because we do want economic development and we do want to see some growth. Was there outreach to these people? Because we have a lot of resorts up there that's concerning to me.
Not specifically did we go and say, what do you think of this? I think the fact that he participates in the Lake Association and those are some of the venues, but I guess that survey we did. So I would say that the route more was collect public input for what are you concerned about? How concerned are you? And then the zoning board with staff together tried to come up with some ideas to address the overarching concerns and not the specific language. So that was more the route. It's tricky though.
It's always tricky to thread the needle between, the number one thing in our surveys that we did when we redid our comp plan was we have to protect our waters. So that came out, it's come out number one on everything we've done. Every time we try to do something to protect our public waters, it affects people. And so I don't know if the language is perfect yet. I don't know. Maybe we need to send this back. I'll wait to the rest of the board, but we'll take Matt first next. Matt, you're up.
So, yeah, I want to go back to the point system. And when I was trying to get to earlier, Caleb, is the point system, or whatever you want to call that, your methodology there, which I understand. Does it create a pathway for people to become compliant, without too much drastic change to a plan? That's kind of where, where do we find that happy medium between, getting development and impact? And, you and I know we've had this discussion, but do we have the proper point system and the proper tools to make those things happen?
So at first look, by the zoning board recommending adoption, I would say they probably thought the point systems was appropriate for what you're describing. Get approvable variances, but get some mitigation. They thought by recommending that it was fine. I think Mark's point made some good points though, about the point distribution and the way we calculate it with the Seward lakes. I think that's a very reasonable thing to relook at.
Josh, do you have some?
Yeah, one of my comments is number one was clean water, but I think was number two economic development. as
Right.
well. So they do kind of.
Right now, we're at this juncture here.
The other thing, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure this out, I guess, is looking at this is, like Caleb, you said you got some stuff that maybe you'd like to look at that Mark's raised. It is unfortunate. We, like Steve says, we always get hammered on because we're not transparent, but we cannot go physically knock on everybody's doors that is in the county and say, hey, this is going on. What do you think of it? I try to hit as many people as possible if I think it's something out there that I want people to know about, but that is up to them to keep on this stuff. I think you've done a lot of good work on it. Do you think it is a big deal to just maybe look at some valid points and come back? I don't. The other thing is this, Mark's in a unique situation where he's tried to conform to all the rules and regulations. He's like at ground zero of doing it, other than scrapping his whole design, making him start over. Is there some exception to that as far as if we decide this is a good way to go? I don't know. That's just one question for me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'd like just to bring up a few things. I don't see this working at all, especially not only for what Mr. Lampert has brought up today, but for myself, I just think, for example, another, business on that lake is the golf course, and they've worked so hard to promote that business and grow it, and they're doing a great job over there. The shoreline they have, the boat slips they have. I don't think when they want to do something on the putting green, which is close enough to the lake, if they want to add another little shed or a building, that now they want to fall into this, where now they would have to put riprap and put everything blocking the access to their new docks, to their beach and everything that they worked so hard to build. I don't know if they're on the phone here today or they're here or listening or not, but as of them not knowing about this, I got to confess, as a business owner myself, I rip open mail. I usually get to the portion of something that says, what do I owe or what do I got to pay? If you put a notification in the front of it, I just want to keep up on everything and make sure that I'm, doing the best I can. I didn't know about this either as a business owner. I'm not on a lake, I guess. But when there's a DNR public access right across also from your business, which is the case here for Mr. Lampert, if they want to do anything, it's like there's a different set of rules. If they want to add now a shed, outhouse, they want to add anything over there, I don't think they're going to have to put riprap and this buffer right along their shoreline, which of course, common sense wouldn't let boats access the lake or get on the lake. And then trying to expand, well, you can expand, but you got to go smaller. I believe we talked about this in January. If he has proposed 3 accesses for his beach, which is an essential part of the business, it's Sand Lake Resort. And then to limit him to 1, that's not going to work. And then if you talk about water quality, I believe if I heard here right, I took some notes. To get these points, if he removes all the water and doesn't let it go to the lake, to me, Caleb said, you can't be less restrictive than the state. But wow, if you even can show that you can remove the threat, the hazard altogether, and that's still not good enough for enough points, that doesn't make any sense. And then Josh being an auto park guy, I mean, how many rip wrap and buffer filters do you sell, for an engine? I mean, how much is that even going to filter? I don't know. But that's just a few comments I had here. And also I'm directly involved with economic development. I don't know how these two are going to go hand in hand. I don't know how you can have economic development without trying to do something that helps somebody that's willing to do something in our community, which is greatly needed. This big of an investment. I mean, this is what I think we're trying to do is to get businesses to thrive and grow and work together with this. And I don't see this. There's no way I can support something like this without trying to be convinced a little harder. I just don't see it happening. That's my comment as of now. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So Caleb, can you help explain, right now there's shoreland zoning. The proposed changes don't change what is in the shoreland zoning.
Correct.
There's some changes to the lot widths.
Correct.
So some people today who might not need a variance, if these changes are adopted, might need a variance.
No. The standards for non-conforming uses say that if your lot is not as wide as prescribed in the ordinance or not as big, you may still build without variance, provided you can meet all of the setback requirements. No.
We're not changing the setbacks. We're only changing from a 75-foot wide lot to a 100-foot wide lot.
Agreed.
Correct?
And so today, if you need a variance, if the ordinance is adopted, you will need a variance after the ordinance is adopted. So if you need a variance today under the ordinance,
Correct.
you're still going to need a variance tomorrow if the ordinance is adopted.
Right. That doesn't change.
Today, if you need a variance, you as the landowner must propose how you would mitigate the impacts. As part of your, earlier you had said when people ask for a variance, you try to steer them voluntarily.
This is non-voluntary mitigation.
So the zoning board, when they have historically reviewed variances, they have considered those voluntary mitigations.
Sure. They go through the same criteria in reviewing those variances yesterday as they would once you adopt this. But the responses to those criteria as prescribed in statute become much more favorable when the applicant is providing mitigation.
So in the particular case of Mr. Lampert in his resort, how does the change impact that?
He from what I'm hearing from him, he may need a variance to do something in the future. And if that should come to be, he doesn't want to have to, he thinks it's unreasonable to have to go through this. Fine position. I guess from the practical sense, my only thought on that is, well, I have a couple. Well, the one thing is, I don't know if you can be less restrictive for commercial businesses as homeowners, and you're just going to make homeowners upset when that business owner gets a variance that they didn't have to mitigate when John Doe, the homeowner, did. So that doesn't really make sense. But generally for a brand new development, I can't imagine why a variance would be reasonable because you're working with mostly new infrastructure that can be designed at the required setbacks. So normally you would say, is there a practical difficulty on this property? This is one of the criteria. Is there something about your property that's unique, not created by you, why you should get this variance, this leniency? And
Stuart.
if you've designed the whole thing today and just chose not to meet the setbacks, I don't see how that's a fit. So a little bit of the practical side, I'm not sure where it connects with Mark's concern. Could it come up that one of the existing owners has a structure that's too close to the lake? Yeah, we've looked at a few of them. Sand Lake Resort is a great example, or the golf course is a great example where they are very close to the lake. They don't meet the setback required. If they would want to expand their building, yes, they would have to go through this procedure. But one of the differences also though, is they've got a huge property. They've got lots of opportunity to work with those different point items. And this is not a mandatory buffer thing.
But if the golf course wanted to expand yesterday,
They would need
it would still have to get a variance
Agreed.
because we're not changing that part. We're just changing from a somebody working with somebody face and putting some points that, so somebody can say, well, if I do this, I can gain some points. If I do this, I can gain some more points. Right?
Yeah.
That's the way I understand it. And that's, maybe they got the point values wrong. I don't know. I could be convinced that maybe they need to restructure the point values. But I think the ordinance that we have right now is not changing in its entirety. We're not going from zero to a whole new ordinance. We're taking an existing ordinance. The zoning board tried to make it more clear for people so they don't come with variance requests that are unreasonable. So they can look at it, you can look at it and read it and say, well, if I'm gonna do this, I better have a plan for how I'm gonna take those 30 points and I can get 40 points by doing this. I think that's what they were attempting to do.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
did somebody go ahead of me? That's fine.
No, go ahead, Matt.
So back when you were saying when our discussion in April is a good example, because that was a setback thing. And the zoning board was at that time was going to try to make the Pine County zoning more strict than state. And
Right.
remember in our discussion, we said, we don't want to do that. Why
Right.
would we want to be more strict than state? So we did send it back, and that's setbacks compared to existing structures on the lake. And that's those, Caleb showed that slide with averaging. That's the result of that, sending it back. So in this case, that's why I go back to this. I've been talking about this point system in a way to mitigate. And I think that's where it's probably easier if you have existing structures and you're doing just an addition or something like that. But in Mr. Lambert's case, he's doing a whole new construction. So your comparables are going to be your neighbor to the south and your neighbor to the north or whatever. Otherwise, he's starting from scratch with a brand new building. So and that's where our whole economic development thing that is what we want to do. So, and then in my mind, I think we have variances for a reason, because sometimes we grant variances if we think the overall good of the community benefits or the neighbors, right? So that's where I think we're all hung up here. I don't know how we get there, but I think the point system or the way you mitigate those things is the answer. And like most of his water runs away from the lake, if I understand correctly. His runoff is not going to be going to the lake. So I don't know how you figure out your percentages there, but if he has not much runoff going towards the lake, it should be easier to mitigate the impact of the impervious surfaces, the rooftops and the parking lots. So, and that's just where we have to get if we want to have this project with goal.
But I think if we go back to the ordinance changes that this public hearing is about today, I fail to, other than the point system, that's about it seems like a great concept, but maybe we need to send it back to the zoning board to reevaluate how they come up with those points.
I agree.
Yep.
But I don't think there's any other, we have these zoning rules that we have to follow now. We're not changing those except for the width of a lot. That's really about all we're doing. So I don't think we're ruining anybody's business from yesterday to today based on what I've seen in it, unless I'm missing something. Yeah.
No, the setbacks are always there. And
Yeah.
the water mitigation is always there.
And I think one of the big things is he has worked really hard with Caleb to make his new project conform to the rules and everything like that. And I think the biggest thing is this would, I don't know exactly where or what, but would potentially have to go back to the drawing board and redesign it all, or maybe not.
I would hope he designed it at the required setbacks.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I look at this and I think for me to have the runoff from my parking lot going away from the lake is way more valuable than to me to have the beaches for my public to use or for my residents to use. So I do agree that the point system needs to be relooked at. And that was the one comment that Mark had made. And, I think that you agree with that because you had said that in the beginning, that he had brought up some really good points and that you agreed with what he was saying. So I think that you agree with that also.
So what we would potentially do if we made a motion to send it back and just kind of look at some of this, do you need a motion for that or?
I would be willing to make that motion, Mr. Chair. Along with even the setbacks, just to give us more time. And then we can have more input.
Just 1 second. I want to go back. I see that Mr. Lampert has his hand up and we'll let him ask his question and then we'll move on here.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair. The short answer is I just wanted to say it is primarily the point systems that I'm troubled by. To answer Caleb's question, I have a permit for a 49-unit resort today, but I have no impacts into the wetland or into the shoreline at this point. My architect is telling me that my plan will not work as it is because I will need an ADA access to the beach. So I need to go back and I need to get a variance to get my ADA access to the beach. And if this is passed today, that will trigger this new ordinance and that will trigger the point system and that will trigger everything else. So I am headed for a variance, even though it's a brand new building, even though I tried to build everything exactly into the planning, we're still pre-development. And so that's my paramount concern is I need to figure out how to get accessibility from my basement level of my new building to the beach, which is in this setback. I will need some sort of a ramp, some sort of a structure coming out of the building that will trigger a variance request with township. That will then trigger this requirement that we do this mitigation. So it's a very real thing that I'm talking about here. And that's my concern. I would be willing to work. I find Caleb a great person. I don't, Mr. Chair, if it came across wrong, I apologize. I'm willing to work with Caleb to try to find some flexibility with some of these things so that we can have a good ordinance and certainly ask that there be consideration given for the commercial businesses that need to kind of come and go, over the course of this ordinance.
If there's only a handicap access that needs a variance, I could almost guarantee that would be granted. No matter if we had a point system or a non-point system.
Very workable.
I'm not on the zoning board, so.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but that's my concern, though. If the ordinance is in effect, it will be granted, but at the same time, I will have to go to the point system. I will have to find 30 points, and I will have to build a buffer. And that's where my objections are also coming from today is the point values don't seem correct. The fact that Sand Lake, sorry.
Yeah. I think we've heard your concerns, so we'll go back to the board. And I'd heard JJ make a motion to send this back to the zoning board for some clarification.
I'll second that.
And Lovegren seconds. Is there any more discussion? If not, Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren. Aye. District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
Thank you.
Caleb, the thing I got lost in there was the issue in the Pine City Township around Devil's Lake. That wasn't part of this ordinance, right?
Their urgency to see this net resolved, but it is what it is.
So, Mr. Chair, in your clarification there, is there a desire to approve portions of the ordinance?
Well, I think, I mean, to me, that part of it is a no-brainer. It's two little tiny lakes that the city limits go right at the water's edge. If anybody's going to build a house on there, overlooking those lakes, they're going to need approval from somebody. And the township is not equipped to do that. So can we, how do we proceed?
So I believe you could adopt the map amendment. We'd need to assign it an ordinance number.
Can you just strike the variance mitigation portion and approve the rest? Otherwise, if you want, I think another month may be fine. If I can wrap this into zoning board and maybe get some direction at their next meeting, I think we can maybe have a whole package back in September.
But soon enough?
Seems reasonable.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? So the motion itself was for clarification. Clarification of what specific? Is it just general?
Well, of the evaluation portion of the
The point system?
point system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see if the next one doesn't run a little faster. You got 35 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to have a public hearing on a memorial forest ordinance as soon after 10 o'clock as possible.
We're here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before you today, you have an ordinance establishing rules and regulations on county memorial forests. We have these wonderful public lands available for our public to use. However, as they're getting more and more use, we're seeing that there needs to be some rules and regulations. Just to make sure that the forests are well taken care of, because that's a resource that we want everyone to be able to enjoy. And so that we can have the management of them it's our intention of it is a resource. And just to make sure that everyone has the chance to use it, so that there isn't permanent structures or people aren't damaging other things on these lands, preventing others from using it. So the ordinance has 7 items that are regulated: forest road and trail use, hunting and observation stands and blinds, permanent structures, soil excavation and removal, timber, agricultural, and dispersed camping. Most of the language within the ordinance is taken directly from Minnesota rules that applies to state parks and state forests, but those rules do not apply to county lands. So in order for those rules to apply to county lands, we have to have this ordinance. Questions? That was kind of a high level.
I believe we've all read this thing more than once and understand what we're talking about.
Mr.
Josh
Chair,
has a question.
So essentially, I mean, we have talked about this over the last couple of meetings or months or whatever.
Couple of years.
Essentially, yeah, essentially, this is kind of putting the same rules on that this DNR lands have.
Correct.
So,
It's just that those Minnesota rules don't apply to the county lands.
which I think is good because then everybody knows across the board what it is. So,
I think, the cutting of trees and taking a skid steer out in the woods and making shooting lanes, and
Building cabins.
building cabins on land that belongs to the county are just things that normally you would think people would take for granted, but apparently and then if we don't have an ordinance, we can't call up Reese.
Anything.
Prosecute this guy.
need a gate on a public road.
Yeah, a gate on a public road.
I'll make a motion to approve.
They have to do a public
Wait,
hearing.
we got to open this up for a public hearing.
Do the 30-second thing. No.
No, I don't want to hurry us along. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this?
Yes. Mr. Chair, this is Bessie Crook again.
Yep,
And I just want to say that, and this has been a thought for a long time. This is not new, but once again, back to promotion of this area. With the pandemic and the people moving out of the cities and looking for land has been at a premium. We have 40,000 plus acres in memorial forest that we've taken off the tax rolls. I'd like to see it put back on the tax rolls, up for sale. It would have been sold this year. This is not what I would consider a vacation mecca. This is agricultural residential land. And I'm not saying that the recreational part of it, the deer hunters don't add to the coffers, but not what a yearly tax would add on that land, and residents to this area who could bring business and bring a stable economy instead of a variable economy with people who were waiting for a season for them to come here. And as far as the timber, I understand the spikes being put into the trees. I understand how difficult it is to harvest that timber and how it ruins equipment. But that's a one-time thing, and maybe 20 or 30 years when you're going to harvest timber and put money back in the coffers. By the time that forest regrows, you could be putting lots of tax dollars in there, and maybe you won't sell it all, but maybe you will make enough and grow this county enough. Like I said, I'm looking at growth, and I'm looking at less government, and putting those pieces of property back on the tax roll so we can get some help here, so that it isn't the 30,000 people that our county seems to stay at or less, supporting the things that the county board wants to continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thanks. Anybody else from the public? If not, we'll close the public hearing or public portion of the
Mr.
public
Chair, I was on
hearing.
mute. I apologize.
And now it's back to the county board for discussion.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chair, if I could go first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, would this at all affect the chances of making this land saleable, sellable, and to piggyback on what Gussie just said, to grow our county and to get this land, this 40-some thousand acres, marketed and looked at? This doesn't paint us in a
No.
corner, so to speak.
No, it's all, it pertains to the land that's the county owns. So if we don't own the land anymore, the people can go trespass on it. They'd be trespassing on somebody's private land, where now they can go on the land without trespassing. We're just asking that they not mutilate the land when they're doing whatever they're doing.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious as to, before I would vote to adopt something, if there was any strings attached, so to speak, that it would paint us in a corner to where, now that land, for some odd reason, I haven't looked at it. But if we can't sell it in the future, and like Gussie and I also promote trying to grow the county, so.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Chair,
you.
so this is to protect what we already have. So instead of having people go out and ruin what we have, it's so that all people can utilize it and it's just fair for everybody if they treat it with respect. On that note,
Yeah.
what Gussie and JJ have been brought up, because this is Memorial Forest, what would it take to put some of the Memorial Forest, if it's so chosen to do so, on the tax rolls?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Members of the board. The county board has adopted a resolution that requires a public hearing prior to selling Memorial Forest land. So a public hearing would be required. I think technically the board could adopt a new resolution eliminating that requirement without a public hearing.
For future.
But
Yeah.
when we memorialize the forest, the thinking of the board at the time was, we want this land to not just be willy-nilly a way to balance the budget. Because there's a lot of the land actually that's not very saleable. And we all know that. And it provides us with a good stable amount of income every year. So with that, we would consider the adoption of ordinance 2021-59.
Now I'll make that motion.
And Lovegren will make the motion
Moral second.
and Moore seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Debbie, you want to call a roll?
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes,
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, public hearing for sales tax, 2022 to 2035. Presentation for the sales tax for transportation.
Yeah, so as a follow-up to our the whole meeting in June, today is the next step. If you want to make some changes in the sales tax, we've prepared a resolution that would end the existing tax at the end of the year and then start a new tax on the 1st of January 2022. The collections would be $17,400,000. So quite the collection. We've also included Exhibit A. So if you want to look at that, that has a list of the 21 projects and kind of the timeline on those. I think if you want to proceed with this, we'd really be setting up our system in excellent shape. Be allowing some flexibility down the road for future boards and county staff. If you you look at the exhibit A, there's 8 culverts and bridges, and those are kind of front loaded. And that will really take a big chunk of our bridge replacement program. So, and then we dive into the pavement management of our local system. We do have one state aid surfacing project on there that's CSAH 25 in 2026. So I don't know if there's any questions. We had quite a discussion in June, but now would be the time for
Anybody have any
specific questions?
I don't have a question, but I have, I sat in on the AMC copy thing, and there's 48 out of 50 counties that are doing this because the money's needed. And so I highly support this.
Out of 7 counties or?
Or she said 48 out of 50 is what she had said.
Yeah, there's 87 counties. I know, I think that's part of the deal is the surrounding counties all have this. I'm not sure about Asani. I think they do now.
I think they did now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Aiken, I don't think they did. So, it's not going to change the percentage. So it's a 0.5%. So really all we're doing is saying, we want to continue this, we want to add projects, we want to shuffle some things around. But I think it's really going to help us. We can establish our 5-year road program this fall, proceed with that. And I guess it's really been a good program so far. I assume you've gotten positive feedback or no negative feedback. But it's a big chunk of money. So, but because we've had discussions here already today that anything that a board does essentially can be undone in the future. So not necessarily, you're not tying the hands, but I think, if you proceed, I really think our system's going to be in excellent shape down the road, and it's going to help us, our long-term planning. So I would definitely support moving ahead.
I read my notes wrong. It's 48 to 50 counties out of the 87. So that's, that speaks volumes as to the need.
Yeah, and in my opinion, it's probably the best thing that the legislature has done for the counties and transportation.
The only better thing is they could have just sent us more money. County roads, at least they allowed us to get it.
And the other thing we talked about back in June, it's a long time ago, it's like now. And then talking about 2022, it seems like, wow, it's right around the corner. But the other thing is our location with the freeway, with some of, the recreation that we have here, we are definitely drawing in outside money. So most of this stuff is going to fall on the backs of the property tax payers of Pine County. This draws in whatever the percentage is, if it's 20, 30, 40%, I think it's a pretty high number of outside dollars coming in from anybody that's here that's buying things. So, and then we heard discussion on some proposed new business on Sand Lake or something like that. It's in our county. Those people are going to be in Sturgeon Lake and Willow River and those areas. So I think it's the way to go for us. And I appreciate support that you guys are showing for that. So.
Anybody from the public wish to speak?
Of course, I'm here again, Steve.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that, first of all, I'm going to put a plug in for County Road 20 south of 48 that was on the list on 2011 to be paved. Just in case you're looking for a project there, Mark. But I want to say that I do think, as much as I deplore additional taxes, I think that the transit tax has a place here in this county. And with the fact that they're going to be mandating electric vehicles, the county is going to have a difficult time finding any kind of money. So I think we should get what we can get while we can get it. So I'm in support of this tax. And I thank you for listening to my comment.
Thanks, Gussie. Any other public? If not, we'll close that part of this public hearing. Go back to the board. Any other discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I suggest a
Yes.
slight modification to the title to add and rescinding the existing sales tax? So it would read resolution establishing a new sales tax for Pine County and rescinding the existing sales tax.
Oh,
Just so that the full intent of the ordinance is clear from the title.
yes. So we would be considering adoption of resolution 2021-61, which establishes a new sales tax for Pine County and rescinds the present sales tax that we have in Pine County.
Correct.
The percentage does not change.
I assume David looked over the language, so somebody checked.
Ludwig will move.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Motion by Ludwig, second by Lovegren. Any discussion? If not, Debbie?
District 3, Commissioner Lockhart.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Personnel Committee. Who's going to take that?
Want me to take it, Matt?
Go on, do it. That would be great. I have so much noise here. I'm putting my mic in and out.
Okay. We did meet on August 9th. Committee made the following recommendations. Health and Human Services acknowledge the resignation of Office Manager Janet Schumacher effective September 30th, 2021, and approve the backfill of the position and any subsequent vacancies that may occur. Acknowledge, did I say resignation or did I say?
Yeah.
Resignation.
Sorry, retirement.
Yeah.
Acknowledge the resignation of social worker Amanda Manley effective October 7th, 2021, and approve the backfill. And in administration, incorporate the right to access public data policy into the full Pine County Policies Procedures Manual. And there is notes or minutes on in the board packet, but that was the only action items. I will make a motion to approve the Personnel Committee recommendations.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Got a motion by Ludwig, seconded by, no, motion by Moore, seconded by Ludwig. Any discussion? Are we gonna get a chance to call Janet back to the county board before when does she leave? September 30th, we'll have a chance. Has anybody done the historical lookup? Is there anybody that's worked for Pine County longer than her?
I don't think so. If they were, they'd be from the highway department, I think.
I don't know. It would be interesting. I can't hardly imagine.
I think like Donnie Bible, maybe.
A guy should also look up how many days she came to work late.
I would
Probably between 0 and 1.
The roads were bad a couple of days, so maybe.
Anyway, here, no discussion. Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the Health and Human Services Advisory Committee. The minutes are attached. Matt, do you want to do it or you want me to?
He would request you do it.
We met and Sam gave us an update on the vaccines. It's no secret, Pine County is one of the lowest in the state for people 12 and older. I think there's some silver linings in there for people my age and older. We're about 80% vaccinated. We jumped on it right away and so those public health workers are amazing people. I witnessed them at the fair. Their new mobile office was set up, looked very nice. They're the most cheerful bunch. They did catch some flack once in a while from people. They took it very well. I don't think they deserve ever to catch any flack. They're trying to look out for the welfare of people in Pine County. So I feel bad about that they had to catch some flack from people they're just doing their job really well. But they did vaccinate about 50 people during the Pine County Fair. And every time they go someplace, they get 7 to 10 people vaccinated. So we'll just keep doing it that way, I guess, and pretty soon we'll get there. The most exciting part of the day for me was Becky gave a presentation on her budget and where she's going with that and what they've done so far. I think she could give a lesson at AMC to everybody about how to give a presentation about your budget and where you are compared to last year at this point and the years before and why we're at where we're at and what her crystal ball says. I don't think she uses a crystal ball. She uses data to support her budget ideas. And so it was really, really well done. You got anything to add, Matt?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
She is gonna ask for some more money. 92,000 out of a $12 million budget is what her total budget is. So I think she's done some yeoman's work. Economic development. Wants to take that.
You do it?
Yeah.
Okay. We met yesterday and we wanted to make the following recommendations. Recommend hiring Hometown Fiber LLC as a county broadband consultant and request the county attorney to draft a professional service agreement based on the proposal in the amount of $48,778 to be funded through a blending grant and ARPA funds. Do you want to do these one at a time or all together?
We can do them as we get to them, I think.
Okay. With that, I'll make the recommendation of hiring Hometown Fiber for that.
I'll second that.
Motion by Moore, second by Lovegren. Thanks for your work on the interview process, Terry.
Good.
I think for the first time in years, I'm excited that we are moving forward. I think in a lot of fronts, not just in one little spot. So this will really help us as we talk to vendors, and they will help sort some of this complicated stuff out. But anyway.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean for us? What's going to happen with that person coming on board?
What's going to happen to what?
Mr. Chair, if I understand the question, Matt, you're wondering what is Hometown Fiber going to do for us?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a scope of work that lays out a number of things, including an assessment of the existing fiber, and helping us develop an ARPA-funded grant program for local providers, and also doing mapping and verification of existing broadband access, and doing some community outreach and community surveys. And Terry, did I miss any of the big ones?
They're going to do a lot of the legwork to help us decide which way we want to go to get broadband into our county. So they've got the people that we chose, they work with Ellers, it's Hometown Fiber, they work with Bolton and Mink, who are their engineers. So it's a really good company that has a lot of different fingers that can go out and just really help us a lot to determine what's best for our county and where we want to go, and what the next steps are, and help us work with the providers that we have and maybe some new providers to see how we can get best served. Sound good?
Yes, that hit the nail on the head.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yep.
to everybody.
And I would like to thank Terry and for sitting in on them interviews too. And everybody that did it, but that's a lot of work to try to,
It was really interesting. It's been fun. It's been good.
it's interesting, but it's a lot of work. So.
So we do have a motion by Moore, second by Lovegren to contract with Hometown Fiber to help us with the broadband solutions. So Debbie, want to call the roll?
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Yes.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'll go on to
Yep.
B, recommend allocating up to $851,200 to Lakes and Pines for the countywide building rehabilitation program. With that, they're thinking around 15 single-family family owner occupied dwellings at 420,000, 7 rental units at 117,600, and 7 commercial buildings at $313,600 to be funded with ARPA funds, and request the county attorney to draft a professional service agreement based on the proposal. Authorized board chair and county administrator to sign. With this, Lakes and Pines came to us originally, and David, was it 2 million or $1.5 million? Basically, just the scope was bigger, and we weren't comfortable putting that much money into it at the present time. We just asked them to scale it back a little bit. So hopefully with this, they can do some stuff. The other thing we found out yesterday too is if we decided this is gonna hit the ground and we got a huge waiting list and we want to put more money to it, all we got to do is just add some and they can scope it up or down.
Mr. Chair, do we have an idea of where these buildings are? Is it like countywide or is it?
Countywide.
Yep.
Good question, Terry, because they've had several small city grants that do similar things.
Mhm.
But if you lived in just outside of Hinckley, for instance, and Hinckley had a small cities grant, you could drive by and see somebody's house being rehabbed.
Mhm.
And you might be a quarter mile outside the city limits and you don't qualify just because it was for the city of Hinckley.
Right.
This is countywide. So they're kind of leveraging those small city grants along with our county grant. So most of what they're going to try to do is do these in the country.
Okay,
So
nice.
obviously, probably not the businesses.
Right.
But I know Pine City had a small city, they rehabbed some businesses in Pine City. And, if you lived in a city that didn't get a grant, you didn't get anything.
Right.
I will recommend approval of that.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Moore, second by Lovegren to authorize up to $451,000 on rehab with a contract with Lakes and Pines.
And Mr. Chair, it's up to 851,200.
Oh, 851,200 with the contract for Lakes and Pines. So Any discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yeah,
Maybe Dave has this readily available. What does that bring the ARPA funds down to off of the spending we've been doing so far?
we had 5.5 million. This will take it down to 4.7. And then we've spent another, how much?
Yeah, and Leslie is on the call and she's got a spreadsheet. I don't have it handy, but maybe she does. If Leslie, do you have that?
I just opened it. Yes. Let me just take a couple things out here that we had earmarked. So the remaining allotment with the broadband contract being approved and the Lakes and Pines contract being approved brings us down to about 4,100,000 and some change.
Okay.
Roughly.
Hey, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? If not, Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig. Thank you.
And we'll move on to number C, recommend establishing a study committee as provided for Minnesota statutes 469.1082. County has applied for a grant from the Minnesota Housing Partnership to provide technical assistance in this process. The study committee will consist of 11 to 15 members and must make a report within 90 days of first meeting. I will recommend that as well.
And Mr. Chair, just to add a clarification, the study commission is to study the formation of a development agency such as an economic development authority or adding economic development authority powers to the existing HRA or establishing a port authority. And so to establish any of those development authorities, you must go through the study committee process.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Second it then.
okay. Got a motion by Moore, second by Lovegren to appoint a study committee, which is going to be appointed by
It'll be appointed by the county board.
this county board.
And we do have a grant into the Minnesota Housing Partnership for technical assistance. And so our intent is to make this study committee one of their tasks to facilitate that.
So if we do it easy, then we get everybody to bring 2 names to the next meeting, we'll be close. All right?
We will. There is a very prescribed distribution of members with representatives
Yes.
from cities, townships, other units of government, nonprofit, et cetera. So we will, I think we owe you some more information
Yeah.
before you can.
Distribute that and we can start perusing it and see,
Okay.
you know. Anyway, got a motion on the floor. Seconded. Any more questions? Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think germane to the Economic Development Committee activity is an acknowledgement of the 2 deed grants that the county has received.
Can we publicly announce those now?
I'm
Leslie?
looking at Leslie. Are we able to do that yet?
Yep, Deed released it late last week, so we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I feel like I've been out of the loop for a while. So the county has received a grant for $3.1 million for broadband expansion, and this is the area generally east of, now I'm forgetting, is it east or west of Hinckley?
East of Hinckley.
East of Hinckley.
I know.
And then received almost $600,000 for a place for you for some substantial renovations to the homeless shelter and a addition of a few more beds.
Awesome too.
Leslie, You get the star for the day and the week and the month.
Thank
do the
you.
year. No.
Go order lunch at Mom's Cafe. Oh yeah, it's not open yet.
Yeah, that's sad.
When it does, lunch is on me. Thanks, Leslie. That was, I would say entirely on Leslie. She put that, yes, you take some credit, Leslie. You did a lot of work on that. You might have had a little help from other people like David and whatever. David probably did a lot of work.
Mr. Chair, we could not have submitted that application if we had not as a community participated in the Blandon CBR program. That's ultimately what caused this to come to fruition. So thank you to everyone who participated.
Well, that is, I did not know that part of it, Leslie. So 16 weeks of sitting there on your chair, so paid off.
I learned a lot too.
Is the DNR lady here?
Yes, Patty Thielen is on the call.
Oh, she's on the call. Patty Thielen.
Hi, can you hear me
There
okay?
you are.
Patty is the Regional DNR Director for North.
Welcome.
Hi, Patty.
Pine County Board. Sorry, we got you on a little, like an hour later than we thought we might, but
Oh, that's okay. I'm really happy to have some time with you today. Can you hear me okay?
yes, just fine. Thank you.
Every time I meet this way, I like to try and make sure, because sometimes I talk for 5 minutes and people can't hear me. So yeah, I'm Patty Thielen. I'm DNR's Northeast Regional Director. I work across all of DNR's divisions, and my work is in the Northeast 9 counties of the state. I report to the Commissioner's office. My boss is Deputy Commissioner Barb Naramore, so I'm kind of the eyes and the ears and sometimes the voice of the Commissioner out across the region. I visited with, well, some of you a couple of years ago. I think you had a meeting at St. Croix Park, and I came down and I gave a little presentation to just introduce myself. I know there's a couple new board members since then. But I also talked a little bit about what each of our divisions does, and I talked about our Strategic Land Asset Management, or SLAM program, a little bit. And today I don't have a presentation, a little less formal, but I have a handful of updates. Your administrator had shared a few questions that he thought you guys might be interested in hearing a little bit about. So I'll talk about each of those, and then if there's other questions that come up, I would be happy to try to field them. In my job, sometimes I know a little bit about a lot of things, and so I don't always know the answers, but I usually know who to track down for answers after the fact. So first, the 4 things that your administrator shared with me. One was chronic wasting disease and its impact and potential impact on deer hunting. So we've had CWD fines in several parts of the state over the last several years, and unfortunately one of them was in Pine County. We're disappointed every time that it comes up, and I'm sure you are too. For this year, there will be a surveillance zone, and you can find a map to that on our website. I'll leave you with some web links. But sample submission of the lymph nodes of deer in that surveillance area will be mandatory on opening weekend of deer hunting. Last year, we had it be optional. Because of COVID, we didn't want to force people into close proximity to each other if they weren't comfortable. So it was optional in all of the CWD areas across the state. This year, we're going to have it be mandatory on that opening weekend, and then it will be optional after that for the rest of the season. There's sampling stations that are listed in our regulations books and also online. If you go to www.mndnr.gov/CWD, and I can email that to you after too. There's many stations that are located in or near Pine County that hunters in the area will be able to bring their samples to, including Sandstone, Hinckley, St. Croix State Park, Pine City, Rock Creek, Wild River State Park, Mora, Ogilvy, Bram, Harris, Cambridge, Stacy, Almond, Lindstrom, and Carlos Avery. So quite a few that are internal to the surveillance area and a few that are just outside, so we can catch people on their way home too. Outside of that mandatory period of opening weekend, again, hunters in the surveillance zone can contact their area wildlife office to make an appointment for voluntary sampling. The test results for the sampling, and we do highly encourage people to get your deer tested. Test results will be available online. How quickly depends on the volume that's coming in, but they've been able to get through tests in a matter of days in most cases, and that's really good news. My family hunts deer in a county adjacent to the latest find up in Beltrami County, and while we're really disappointed that CWD is that far north, we're kind of pleased that we're going to have an opportunity to test our deer. So even outside of any CWD or surveillance zones, there are ways that you can get deer tested for CWD, and we always recommend that the deer go ahead and get the deer processed, but hang on to it until you get your results back so that you know what you're dealing with. Any questions about CWD before I continue?
Just one that I've had posed to me. Is there any for testing of roadkill deer?
We do have, if you look on our website, you can look where we've got opportunistic tests, I think they're called, where either it's roadkill or, you know, just any suspicious dead deer that's found. We'll try to get tested so that we can make sure we're finding out if it's anywhere that we don't know already.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. The next topic was another exciting one, the proposed elk relocation to Carlton and St. Louis counties by the Fond du Lac Band. And the question I got noted, especially with CWD. So DNR received a proposal back in early July from the Fond du Lac Band to reintroduce elk into northeastern Minnesota in that Carlton and St. Louis County area around where the Fond du Lac Reservation is. And they're proposing that we move elk from the herds, the elk herds that are in the northwestern part of the state. You know, they spent years putting this proposal together, and we're still reviewing it right now. There's a lot to understand in there, and we're not really ready to speak to the substance of the proposal or you know, real specifics about what our next steps might be. But what I do know is there is I know that there are people who are very excited by this idea in a positive way, and I know that there are people who are just as excited about it in a negative way. And so there's going to be a lot to pull apart here. DNR's specific role with regard to this proposal is we would have to approve of capturing the elk in the Northwest and moving them. So, you know, we really haven't started making any decisions. I think we're going to want to pull in a lot of the perspectives that are out there. We're going to do a lot of, I'm certain, I don't know the details yet, but I'm certain that we're going to have opportunities for the public, opportunities for local governments, opportunities for stakeholders to provide input here. This is a pretty, you know, big deal here, especially with CWD. Fond du Lac is suggesting that the elk herd in the Northwest is, you know, goes through extensive testing And so that would be the safest source to move elk. There's just a lot to understand here. And I know that we'll be making, any steps that we have or opportunities for input very, very public when we do get to that point. I think it's going to be, this is something complicated enough. It's going to probably be a few years for us to move forward with, any decisions in any direction. Any questions about elk?
Thank you for speaking to that. It's on people's minds, I know, on both sides.
Yep, and I know people on either side as well. So it's going to be a interesting process to follow. The next kind of potpourri of topics, DNR property management of land within Pine County, including acquisitions, sales, physical development, forestry management, and mineral development. And I know that we just finished working cooperatively with Pine County on a lease for a watercraft cleaning station on Snake River. That we consider a real win. Aquatic invasives are out there, but everything that we can do to slow the spread is going to benefit us. We want to keep them from expanding into more waterways than they are as long as possible, and appreciate working with us on that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was a parcel of state forest land in Pine County that was part of what I think is a pretty exciting pilot project. We are working on kind of a continuous improvement project around our land sales. In the past, our land sale auctions, and I remember when I worked in forestry probably about 8 years ago, there's a land sale auction, and it was in our conference room in the building I work in here in Grand Rapids. And the parcels are northern St. Louis County and one over in Beltrami County and one in Crow, I'm making these up, but I thought, how do people aren't able to just travel and go be in Grand Rapids or in Two Harbors or somewhere to be at an in-person auction on a Tuesday afternoon at 2:00. This just doesn't, this isn't how anybody does business here anymore. But at the time, we didn't have the statutory authority to sell by internet auction, because that was what I wondered. Everybody's doing things on the internet now. Why aren't we selling our land on the internet? So our lands folks took that to the legislature, and a few years ago got statutory authority to offer land sales via the internet. Earlier this year, I was working with our lands folks in central office and introduced to them, the state of Minnesota actually already has an online auction system set up. It's called MINBID, MINNBID. And it's the way that we already were selling, like our surplus vehicles and four-wheelers. All of state government can use this as kind of their state eBay to sell stuff that they don't need anymore. So we met with the MINBID folks, and it's part of the Department of Administration, and talked through, hey, can we sell DNR land on MINBID? Does admin have the authority to be able to do that? And really, really excited that yes, they can do that. Their one concern was that there's a lot of extra work that goes along with selling lands. And our lands folks said, not a problem. We need to do that extra work no matter how we're selling the land. We're going to own that extra work. So cut to the bottom line, we had 5 parcels on auction on MINBID in late July, early August. All 5 of them were auctions, parcels that were on our land sale in-person auction last fall. None of them were purchased last fall. Our min bid auctions, 4 of the 5 received bids. At least 2 of them, maybe 3 of them actually received multiple bids. And so it's just a really exciting test case in my opinion. The one in Pine County sold and had multiple bids. You can probably look up min bid, you can look at sold auctions, and you can look at what it was. It was a fairly small parcel, but it's an exciting new way for us to be doing business. We also sold an isolated 40 of state land last year, and we have another isolated 40 that we're proposing to sell this year. I'm not sure if we're going to dive fully into min bid yet. We need to line up a conversation with our department's leadership to talk through that. But I think the test case, 5 unsold parcels turning into 4 sold parcels, suggests we should keep doing this. It works. We have a proposed grant with Trust for Public Land for an acquisition, and I apologize, I don't have additional information about that one. One big thing since COVID, recreation on state forest lands has really exploded, particularly in places that are, a relatively short drive from the Twin Cities. The public has been loving our public lands to death, and so causing some environmental issues. So it really, really illustrates the importance of public lands for people to go out and recreate on. One last thing in this bundle of questions, our timber, we've been offering timber as we're required to under our Sustainable Timber Harvest Initiative. The sale rates have been a little bit down, markets have been a little bit slow, but we're offering what we're supposed to keep businesses in Minnesota. So that was all of the updates I had in that bundle. Any questions about those things?
I hear none, but thanks. All interesting.
Great. Well, thanks for being a part of our pilot land sale, whether you knew it or not.
Looking at Kelly here, maybe we'll do some county ones that way.
Great.
Here's my favorite day of the year, though.
Yeah. It's not such a long drive to come to the Pine County Courthouse to auction off the land.
Good point. Unless the person's in Colorado, then it's a long.
Right. You never know.
You never know.
We have Florida people buy ours. We're good.
Yeah.
Illinois.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair. The one that was in Pine County was up in Denham, and I'm just looking at the aerial photo of it right now. Really long, skinny piece of land. I don't even think you could build on it, and it brought $10,250. I just don't know what I guess the county had for a value on it, but that's just what I see here off of the min bid. Just information only. Thank you.
Suspecting it's potentially 2 people who are both neighboring landowners. I don't know that for certain. That bid it up. It started at $4,000 and went for over $10,000. I don't know that we've received the down payment on it yet, and so there's still steps to pursue. But with 2 bidders, I expect that to happen.
Yeah, sounds great.
The fourth thing that your administrator tossed to me was the Oberstar segment of the Munger Trail. So we've got a 77-page master plan that was developed several years ago with a lot of detail, but just in brief, the Oberstar segment of the Willard Munger Trail system is authorized to extend between Chisago County and Hinckley in Pine County. It's a multi-use, multi-season trail. It's non-motorized in the summer, and snowmobiling and other uses are allowed in the winter. Our Parks and Trails staff met virtually twice this year, in March and in May, with your county administrator and county staff towards developing a segment. The first meeting, we reviewed what agreements and supporting documents were needed to enter a joint powers agreement between DNR and the county for between $220,000 and $250,000 funding for design and development. Pine County has applied for and received $650,000 bonding for construction. That's really exciting because sometimes it's easier for our partners to come up with those dollars than to get the legislature to give it to state government. The second meeting, we reviewed preferred site constraints and state trail typicals, like that it would normally have a 10-foot top with 2-foot sides. It sounds like the Pine County staff indicated they were leaning towards a development of a segment from Rock Creek to Pine City. They feel this will allow for a tie-in to the other part of the trail coming up from Chisago County, as well as future connections to Hinckley. This is consistent with the master trail plan for the trail. Parks and Trails and the core county team staff intend to meet in the near future. My local supervisor says we had hoped to meet in June, but something got in the way. Our local supervisor, Mary Straka, is going to be setting up a meeting soon with Dave Minke, Mark LeBrun, Kelly Schroeder from Pine County, and then Kent Scar and Dan Goldner and Joe Alberio from DNR. I feel like I need to explain often to a lot of our partners, state government's been under not a hard hiring freeze, but we've been able to fill very few positions for about the last 14, 15 months. That hiring freeze was just lifted a few weeks ago, and there's a lot of vacancies out there, which we're gonna start to try and fill, but we had to work with our human resources to kind of figure out, where are our priorities? They only have so much capacity to be helping us fill these positions. I think there's a lot of things out there that are not happening as quickly as we would like them to, because we've got so many holes in the org chart that the paper's hardly, holding solid. But we're going to be starting to get staff back up. State government is, we don't turn on a dime, so it's going to take a while. I'm anticipating, we're going to fill some positions with external candidates. We're going to fill some positions with internal candidates, depending on who the best candidate is. And it's going to take a while. I'm guessing probably a couple of years for us to get back to the staffing level we were at the beginning of the hiring freeze due to COVID. So any questions about Overstar?
I'm a little confused to where we're really at with that thing. My goal is to get this trail so I can get on my bicycle in Pine City and end up in Hinckley before I'm so old I can't ride a bike anymore, which is getting closer. So, I know things take a long time, but if we could expedite this in any way, shape, or form, we'd appreciate it.
I hear you. I will do what I can to try and light a fire. This is important.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal for Pine County. We're trying to really move forward with economic development, and we see that trail as being something that would help us, connect our whole county. And as people, we're all aware that people drive out of the cities and they want to launch from someplace, and
sure,
we want to launch from Pine County and buy donuts and then ride 20 miles to burn them off. So
absolutely. Anything else DNR related that you want to toss to me?
Anybody got any questions for? We really appreciate you taking time and chatting with us.
I Appreciate
You know, we look at our map and the state of Minnesota owns a lot of land in Pine County and it's managed by the DNR and one arm of the DNR and another. And it's a big part of our economy, the state parks and the timbering that goes on. So thanks a lot.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question or comment?
Yep.
Would there be any discussion about a possible expansion of the boat landing?
Oh, you know, we have,
It's appropriate?
yeah. Are you talking about the one by the dam?
No, the one actually in town. The one in Pines.
Oh, making it bigger?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of the boat landing in Pine City, but it's a nice landing. It was a really nice landing before everybody discovered it was a nice landing. Now it is, on a typical Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the cars parked there exceed what 5 years ago used to be Memorial Day and 4th of July. It just so happens the fairgrounds is right next to it. So that parking lot also fills up. But there needs to be more room. And we're all aware, you said it, we're loving our resources to death. And it's a great lake to boat on and that's a nice access. And you can hit a lot of water and lakes and by dumping your boat in there, but there's any way you could work with the city and I don't even know if you'd have to buy land from the city. It's kind of just mowed right now. So, but more parking lot would be, and maybe another ramp.
And it just so happens that's where the AIS cleaning station is.
Yeah. Which is really a cool thing. And you mentioned that, but thanks.
Not familiar with the site, but I can inquire and find out, if that's among our priorities.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the time here, and I want to make sure everybody has my contact information. So if something DNR comes up and you're not sure who to reach out to, feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I can usually figure out who knows a lot more. And
All right. Well, thank you. Move on to some commissioner updates. Soil and water.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was as liaison, I got the minutes here in front of me. Pretty much business as usual. I was actually out of state at the time and could not log in. And the only other thing I guess that jumps out at me here, there was a little bit of discussion where the on the county shoreline ordinance where there was a request for a letter of support for the changes. And that actually came the morning of the meeting. There's a little discussion on their part about their per diems. They're not going to make a decision on anything for supervisor per diems. Looks like until October, and they're talking about making it then effective the start of January of 2022. There's still a vacancy over there as well that they haven't filled, and that is in the wildlife position. And that's it.
Okay, thanks, JJ.
Yep, you're welcome.
East Central Solid Waste. There was a fire at the transfer station in Cambridge, which caused them to close for some amounts of time, as insurance adjusters were there and structural engineers were there to make sure they could use the building as is for the time being. We're gonna meet at that site next month. We've known for a long time we need to have a bigger transfer station in Cambridge. Probably, and we probably need to rebuild the portion that got burnt and use that for demolition stuff, because it just doesn't work to commingle those things. And so anyway, business is going on, garbage is up, the amount that people throw away is up. I don't know where it's gonna end, but we're not throwing away less stuff, that's for sure. East Central Regional Library.
I just realized all my notes for that are out in the car, but one of the really hot items is that the city of Sandstone filed for a grant to get a new library. It's going to be where the offices for Phase were, so across from the old Chris's, and they received that grant. So the city of Sandstone is going to be getting a new library, and it's just really exciting. It looks like it's going to be a good facility. And the budget that we talked about at the last meeting, we had talked about the numbers that they had, that was approved at the library board. So that is the final numbers that they'll be coming with.
Is our portion up, down, sideways?
I think it was about 4.5%.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Which in dollar amount for us is what? How much?
15,000, 20,000?
Up?
Yeah.
All right. Chemical Health Coalition.
I'm embarrassed to say I totally spaced it. Did you?
Join the crowd. Mille Lacs Band.
Okay, Matt was new too. Yeah, I'm sorry. We had another one
Yep.
on Thursday and it just went in my head that it was Thursday and I forgot about Monday. So but they do have minutes attached to
Mille
here.
Lacs Band, we did not.
Canceled.
LTD meeting. Terry and I met with those folks.
I was really disappointed.
I was equally disappointed.
Yeah. I went in there believing that we were going to get information as to what they could do to help us to continue moving forward. And it was more of a meet and greet. So they sent some maps and Leslie has those, and we'll be looking at them and probably working with Hometown Fiber with that also to see where it can go. And then they talked about a meeting in a couple more weeks to see what we thought.
I think our new consultant needs to talk to them.
Yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know what LTD is the one that won a lot of the RDOF money for Pine County. So they won a lot of the areas in our county through the federal grants for broadband, and it's fiber to the home that they're going to be getting, and they have not gotten the money yet. So the federal government is still looking at their contracts and figuring out what they're going to get and what they're not going to get. But we wanted to meet with them because they have a lot of our county and they're tying that part up for us to look into the future of what we can and can't do. So, but yeah, I was disappointed.
The real problem is because they won that federal money, other companies we aren't able to get certain grants to hire a different company to build where they won this auction. So, it kind of puts us in a pickle. The other thing is, once they get their money, they got 6 years to build it out, which it's been 3/4 of a year already since they won this award, but nobody believes they can actually perform. So I think that's one reason why it's taken so long to give them the money.
I think the federal government's kind of tying a lot of people's hands because I don't think that they've given the final approval for a lot of the people. Didn't Midco say that they're still waiting too?
Yeah.
So it's not even just LTD, it's everybody's still waiting to find out what the final answer is on that RDOF money.
Pine County Law Library.
It is this Thursday.
Oh. Snake River Watershed, how about that one?
I did miss it yesterday.
Housing, what was, were we gonna talk about there? Housing?
Housing and Redevelopment Authority. I think Matt's got the update.
Did we get the update? Didn't we talk about? I mean, okay. Anything else?
Matt, do you want to do that, the HRA, or do you want me to do that?
Go ahead, David.
Okay, thank you. So this, just to update the commissioners, there have been 2 resignations of HRA members. So Greg Kisnicka resigned effective August 3rd and Claudia Bloom resigned effective August 4th. And so Claudia's vacancy will be filled from District 2 with a recommendation from Josh, and then Greg's vacant seat will be filled from District 4 with a recommendation from JJ.
Did Greg decide to come back? He did not.
Okay, it is. What is it? 12:40. We want to take a break. Quick one. How long are we going to take on these budget presentations?
As long as.
Hour, 2 hours?
I would prefer less than an hour, but.
I would too.
I don't think it can talk that fast. Talk fast, but.
You're thinking like 1 o'clock or 1:15?
Yeah, let's say 1:50. That's a half hour. Is that too long?
I didn't
Short?
bring nothing, so I gotta go find some. I can make it work.
Oh, okay. 1:15, we'll come back.
Okay.
Kelly, I had a lieutenant colonel tell me we were somebody was crabbing because we were on this exercise. He said, we're supposed to get an hour break every so many hours. And he goes, all right, you got 15 minutes to get your hour break. Get a break. Ran into my neighbor. I haven't chatted with him for about 3 years.
Of course you did.
Because I run by your house every day.
Oh, I suppose you can't go to Cabin Coffees anymore.
No, they're closed for a while.
Yeah, that's sad.
Kristen is not doing well. We might have to buy the place. So we gotta. Our group, they all came to my place yesterday.
Oh, did they?
11 of them.
Nice. Yeah, there were a lot of groups that met there and had coffee and Bible studies or just visiting or. Yeah.
Hey, Matt. You ready?
JJ?
I'm ready.
Yep, JJ here, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
All right.
What do you got? The school lunch?
Yeah. Chair, members of the board. So first, before I go through my individual budgets, I have just a peek at the overall preliminary county budget once all of the department requests were received. So this is a we're at square one. And so my first slide just goes over assumptions. Obviously with budgeting, if we had a crystal ball, that'd be super, but we don't. So we have to make some assumptions. Our county program aid and other state aids is a big chunk of our revenues. And so we make the assumption that the state's going to come through on the payments that they say they're going to make, except for probation. We don't know. We know they're not doing that. Our other revenues are also just an assumption. We have some big contracts like in the police, with the police contracts in the sheriff's office and the reimbursements through HHS, and then just PILT as well. Those are some of those big revenues that we're assuming they're going to continue and be at the rates that we think they are. And then also within the budget, we've built in the 2% COLA that's in the settled union contracts. We've taken into account that within those union contracts, there's steps as well. And right now we are playing with about a 6% health insurance increase. We obviously haven't made it through our first year of self-insurance, but Justin's been monitoring things very closely Next week, there is a insurance committee meeting where we'll get some more definite numbers, but that was kind of the soft number that we started playing with within the budget. Oh, my clicker is not working.
Right now.
Okay, thank you. So overall, the county budget, you can compare 2021 to 2022, the revenues. So 2021, our adopted budget had about $46.5 million of revenue. 2022, right now, it's proposed just over 49 million. So that's an increase of $2.6 million of revenue being increased.
Does that include a levy increase?
No, so that does not include a levy increase as noted in that bottom right-hand corner. So, yes. And it's also noted in that bottom right-hand corner with this revenue number, the budget is not balanced. And so,
Because everything went up
right.
and 2.6% is what you're saying?
Yes. So just the chart gives you a breakdown between the main funds of where they're at with their revenue estimates. And so you can see a big chunk of that increase is in road and bridge, and that's just those highway projects really drive that revenue. So you can see the general fund and HHS are actually pretty stable for revenues. It's just that jump in road and bridge that's kind of driving that. I kind of mentioned some of these already, but our top non-tax general revenues, so county program aid, it's scheduled to go down slightly in 2022. So this is the new 2022 number. Our police contracts, so the sheriff.
Just a formula thing?
Yeah. So the police contracts, so the sheriff's office has contracts with Pine City, Sandstone, Hinckley. And so that's the total of those anticipated contracts. We get a PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, from the state and the federal, about $640,000. Our tax forfeit, land and timber sales. So when we sell that land or sell timber, it gets split between the county at 40%, the school at 40%, and then the township and city at 20%. So that $300,000 is an estimate of what will be coming into the general fund from those sales next year. Police aid, so the state just gives a general aid for having the sheriff's office, and so that's another revenue. Our South, and so that we started back in 2015. It's currently at $10 per improved taxable parcel. And so vacant parcels do not have the $10 solid waste fee on them, but any improved parcels that pay taxes. So like churches don't have it, but others do. Tax penalty and interest is another high revenue that we've got. Assessor contracts, which when we get to the assessor budget, we'll talk more about that and what those mean and where they're at. Recorder fees and probation aid are kind of the other top revenues that this was kind of above 150,000. The bottom two notes are kind of interesting. In 2021, rental income was in this group. In 2021, our rental income was based on Health and Human Services using a much bigger square footage at the South Pine Government Center. And so as you'll see in Becky's budget, that rental expense for her went down, but then on the flip side, that rental income on the general fund side goes down as well. And then in 2020, which going back 2 years now, which doesn't seem that long ago, but it was now that we're talking about 2022, prisoner boarding fees and interest revenue were in that group back when interest rates were so much better and the state was doing a lot of boarding with us, where when you see Rod's budget, it's almost non-existent now. So some of those revenue sources we previously have dried up, unfortunately.
And those two, the boarding fees and the interest revenues, those just soften the bottom line.
Right.
Because they're not dedicated to anything. And so as those goes down, there's not a lot of other sources to fill those losses.
Overview of expenses. So 2021, we had about $46.7 million of expenses in the approved budget. The budgets that the departments have put forth has just about $50.8 million of expenses. So You notice an increase of 4.1 million. Remember back on the revenue, we had an increase as well, which was about half of that. Thus where we get a gap, but we will, we'll dig further into that. And then I have my chart labeled wrong, apparently. I just realized that, but on the expenses by fund, we've got the general fund and HHS sitting with expenses very similar to 2021. And road and bridge again with higher expenses than 2021, but again, that's just those road projects completely. Our non-debt expenses, so things that are driving these expense numbers, salary and benefits, like I mentioned at the beginning, we're assuming a 2% COLA and people receiving the steps that are within their contracts. And we're working with a 6% health insurance increase. When you do that math from what our 2021 number is and add those things in, you get an increase of almost $1.2 million just off the top without us doing anything. Our road and bridge construction, that's a number, that's a large number of the total expense budget. But again, those are projects that are funded by the state. Out-of-home placements is another one that we focus on a lot between 2021 and 2022. Becky has that budget going down, which is wonderful to see. And that, that seems at this point an attainable number with how things have been going. Major equipment purchases. So within the highway department, that line item is the fleet purchases. So it's proposed within the budget at $770,000. Which is a $100,000 increase from previously. Medical services to prisoners at $415,000, and then the library appropriation at $352,000. Those are the top expenses that are not debt. That library, I looked it up, it's like $14,000 more from last year. So when we look at the entire budget, you have your revenues and you have your expenses, and if you subtract them, you have a gap of 1.5 million. And so when you break it down by fund, you can see where those gaps are. The biggest gap you see is in the general fund, where the expenses are exceeding the revenues by a bigger gap than either of the other two main funds. And again, this doesn't include any levy increases, thus why it's unbalanced, and we haven't dug into department budgets yet to understand what those requests are and things. So these are just very preliminary where things are sitting. Items to highlight within this budget, the very top bullet point is additional staff that departments will be asking for. So you will hear from those departments about those requests. So there's 4 additional requests or changes. So a property appraiser, a lieutenant, an additional eligibility worker, an RN, and then changing the ag educator from 0.5 up to 1.0. Those were the main additional staff additions that I identified. It does also include that $100,000 increase to fleet maintenance and $100,000 increase to fleet purchases. It includes additional IT funding. I think preliminarily, I think like the IT committee has, we had some fun, or we were able to make some purchases using the CARES Act funds for computer replacements, for example, rather than use. And now coming into 2022, those things have to go back into Ryan's budget. Same with the paying for the tax and CAMA support. That's something that we had taken out of Ryan's budget to make our budget balance for the last couple of years. But that restricted fund that we've been paying it out of doesn't have, that balance is being spent down. So those things end up going back into Ryan's budget. It includes additional sheriff funding. So when you see the sheriff's budget, he's asked for a couple line items of additional additional funding in overtime and professional services. And so he'll dig into those, I think. It does hold the building and the technology funds at where they were in 2021 at $25,000 each. Those are down from where we had them previously. Previously, they were at 100,000 and 75,000 in 2020 and prior. But again, to make the budget balance in 21, we had decreased those. It provides for stable funding for our partner organizations. Currently, the only increase was at the library of 14.4. I know we received a request yesterday from Soil and Water, and there's a little increase they're asking for, but otherwise all of the partner agencies. And that one is not in this number, but otherwise the partner agencies, it was keeping their funding the same. So that's like the Initiative Foundation, the Ag Society, the Historical Society, Snake River Watershed Board, those organizations. This budget also has a reduction in prison boarding revenues. I already kind of mentioned that that's going down, but that's $65,000 of revenue that we're losing. And same with the rental revenues. And so those things, between those two items, you're at over $100,000 of revenue that we're not going to have anymore. And we need to recognize that we're not going to have it. So we have a truer budget.
On the prisoner boarding revenue, does that make the actual revenue about 35,000?
Correct. Our 2021 budget was 100,000, which is a little amazing because in 2019, I think our prisoner revenues were
500,000.
400, I think.
Yeah, and I remember when they were pushing 1 million.
Right. But the state, so a lot of our prisoner boarding revenues came from the state boarding prisoners.
That, they came from St. Louis County.
Right, and other counties where other counties have now built jails or have better capacity, and the state has a goal of not boarding any prisoners, and they're getting really close.
Okay.
But Rod, of course, is the all knowledge in that.
And we'll hear from him.
Yeah. Just a county department overview, since everything I've done is pretty high level, this starts to dig in a little bit to more of where the gap is sitting. And so they're in order of how much gap we're at. So the first column obviously is department, and then how much new levy dollars those departments would need to balance their budget. And then the next column is just to give you an idea of how much did those salaries and benefits go up? Because sometimes, for example, if we look at attorney, for example, they need $80,000 of new levy dollars to make their budget balance. However, $76,000 of that is those salaries and benefits. So that's dollars that Terry really can do nothing about. He's not willingly, I mean, he is willingly asking for that, but those are numbers that is driven by contracts. And so that's really just informational for you to understand, like the auditor treasurer, hey, I'll call myself out. I need $28,000 more of new levy dollars, but my salaries went up $28,000. So I'm not asking for any new dollars besides the contracted salaries increases. And
Administrator line, that $22,000 does not include Leslie.
Correct. That does not include Leslie because Leslie's position we're funding through the ARPA funds.
Leslie gets a pass for, I figured, for that grant she just got.
Right, and that's the other.
Administrative.
She put an administrative fee in that grant, and so I think it's gonna get even less and less.
She gets a 4-year pass.
Right. So like in the administrator's budget, I mean, some of that is for additional training before Leslie, but some places are rather small numbers. And then the right-hand side is just so that you have an idea of the number of employees we're talking about, because that's really a driving factor of how much did those salaries and benefits hit, is those big number of employees.
So can we just back up to that? In my mind, the increase in revenue of 2.5 million roughly is because, but we're getting less program aid.
Right.
So
most of
that big increase from
in highway from their projects.
pretty much highway.
Yep.
So you can't even count that.
Right.
Yeah,
Because they have corresponding expenses that are high.
that doesn't even help.
Right. I don't want to subtract Mark out.
No, But, and if you look on
Yeah.
like the third page, you can just see the graph where
Yeah.
highway is the department that
I
just
saw
has.
that, but then I forgot because that was 4 pages ago.
Right. Just an overview of what we've got for debt going. So we have 3 outstanding bonds, all of which will be paid off kind of in the early 2030s, which should sound far away, but it's not. And just a overview of what our beginning balance of those bonds were, where our current balance is, where those interest rates are, and the payments that are in the 2022 budget. When those debt payment schedules were crafted, it was crafted so that the debt payments are very stable. And so like this for 2022, only an additional $1,232 is needed to make those payments over what 2021 was budgeted. So it's very nice that they're kept stable and you don't have big increases as the time goes on.
In that 2017 CIP, that is this building.
Right.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And I guess we will see as the 2015 bonds end up to be able to be refunded here in 2 years where interest rates are, because maybe that's gonna, I mean, right now it'd be like, yeah, we need to refund that. But we will see where things are at that point. This is the slide that if maybe you were all waiting for or not waiting for, Josh. So just a reminder of what our 2021 levy was, 19.9 million. So that means this year when we're talking about a 1% levy, it's about $200,000. So if we just said the gaps need to be filled by levy, which we know that's, I mean, these gaps aren't what they're gonna end up to be. We're gonna make some expenses cuts. We might find some additional revenues in different places. So this isn't a final number at all, because obviously there's a lot of work to do still. But in order to balance each of the funds, you have a list of what those dollar amounts would need to be, which at the bottom line ends up to be about $1.4 million. Or if you are going to throw up your hands and say, we're done with our 2022 budget today, it would be a 7.1% increase.
On the road,
Probably not done today.
Oh,
the 200,000 on the road and bridge, is 100 of that equipment?
right. 100 of that's equipment and 100 of that is maintenance,
It's what?
for the maintenance, the fleet maintenance.
So that 200,000 ties completely back to fleet management.
And we have to remember, we really shorted Mark 200,000 a year for at least over 100,000 a year for several years when we gave him fleet management and had him buying more squad cars than we gave him money to buy. So we tried that once a long time ago, not buying squad cars for a year to balance our budget. It didn't work so well.
Do you know that number then for vehicle purchases is probably about
770.
770?
And so obviously with an unbalanced budget, and I don't think that you're going to want to walk away into a 7.1% property tax increase. I laid out some options, some ideas. Some are better than others, obviously. And one option is to reduce those building fund levies or technology fund levies. So I mean, that would be a $50,000 savings between those two. Reviewing revenues, so making sure departments have recognized every last revenue that we can find at where we think they're going to be. Reviewing expenses, so taking a hard look at those additional staffing requests that are going to be coming forward. Looking at those increased line items and asking the hard questions of why, what is that increase and why does that increase? Are there expenses within these budgets that maybe we can move to ARPA funding? I don't like kicking the can down the path, but maybe there's some of those one-time things that we have in this 2022 budget that could go to ARPA funding.
I think that's the key, Kelly, one-time expense.
Right.
Because if it's got any tails, then when ARPA funding runs out, it hits us twice.
Right.
We've got to make up for the revenues that we didn't spend on top of the.
It's a compounding effect when it has tails. So that's why I say those one-time purchases are there things that we could do.
And there might be some.
Right. When I presented to the board in July regarding budget and levy and just kind of set the tone, I did a review of the restricted funds that we have within the county. And so we have a lot of money sitting in restricted funds that could potentially be used to offset some of the expenses, if some of those expenses could be moved to those restricted funds. Another option obviously is just to use fund balance to fill the gap, or the last option, increase the tax levy. And I mean, I assume it will probably be a smorgasbord of all of these things, but those are kind of the options that we have in our toolbox that I could think of at this point. And lastly, I just laid out the next steps of where we're going to be. So today I will go through all of my department's budgets, and we can go through and figure out what's there. And then coming up a week from now, you'll have the list of departments there that will be going through their budgets. And then a week after that, you'll have the next group of departments and outside agencies. And then we've got just the September board meetings. Obviously, if we need to have additional budget meetings, they can be scheduled, but that's how it's laying out currently. Our 2022 preliminary budget has to be approved by September 30th. And whatever budget levy and budget we approve, it cannot be any higher than that when we get to the final number in December. Otherwise, that's my preliminary presentation. Questions, thoughts?
Well, thank you. I mean, it frames it up really well for me. I get my arms around this. You know, you guys have all done this long enough. You understand where levy is our last resort, and
it was at the bottom of the list.
I saw that. But I think we're all cognizant of that.
And the one thing I didn't mention is I did look at the new construction number. So we're at about 1.3% for new construction. So in theory, you could raise the levy 1.3% and it should have no effect on any existing property because the new property owners would be picking up that. Of course, we know that never works because people's property values change at different rates and different classifications, but in theory, that's what it could be.
Different areas too.
Keep the tax capacity rate the same, but everybody would pay a different amount.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to explain that to somebody that is mad because their taxes went up, but in years where we had a zero or even a decrease in our levy, people's taxes still went up.
Correct.
Of what kind of property you may have owned that particular year.
Quick question. This isn't the worst gap we've seen
No.
in years.
No, it's about $200,000 better than we started last year.
I think I'm optimistic.
But I'm glad you are.
You have to be at this.
You guys do a good job of listening.
All right, and then if you're ready, we can go into my department budgets. And so I had a handout of these as well. Ryan's gonna share them on the screen. Matt and JJ, I had emailed them to you yesterday as well. But we'll just run through them, and so you can get a flavor of what we're looking at.
That's all these numbers.
That's all these numbers. So we're gonna start with the auditor treasurer budget. So within the department, there's the 7 of us that do all of the accounting, all of the elections, property records, all of that good stuff. And so we do have some revenues that we bring in, mainly that is just charges for services, reports that we run. We do charge for like the escrow companies for us to maintain those. Different just small fees that we have. It adds up to be about $25,000 a year. And then our other big revenue is the transfer in. And so that comes from the land department. And that is just to offset the cost of my salary, Ally's salary, because we spend time on those land department functions. Otherwise, running down the list, you know, I've already mentioned the salary increases that are all driven by contracts and the health insurance increase that we're anticipating. Otherwise, the only other change that I have is a minus 5,000 on the advertising and fees. I feel like that's a number that's going to be attainable with how our publishing has been going. And then in the independent auditing though, so we had to subtract 5,000 there, but the independent auditing, I'm asking to increase by 5,000, just based on what we've been seeing for the cost of the audit and the financial statement preparation, just to really recognize it more of what it has been. So in the end, you know, I have a gap of $28,000. It's all salaries and benefits, and that's where it's at. Questions on any of those line items? Like the printing expense, you might look at that and go, what are they printing? But that's the printing for the tax statements. And so that's why that's such a big number.
That truth and taxation notices.
And that's,
No, that's a different budget, and we'll get to that next.
Okay.
that's contracted out.
Correct.
Kelly, you had said there were 7 of you, and on your slides you had 8 of you.
Right, because I don't count myself.
Thought maybe you had made a cut already. And
No. All right, there's 8 including me. All right, so the next department budget is the truth and taxation budget. And so every November, we mail out the truth and taxation notices, those proposed tax statements. And so there is a cost to doing that. We do get some of the money back that we spend from the school districts and the townships and cities because they reimburse us because we're mailing it out on their behalfs as well. I do have kind of a bigger increase in the office supplies for 2022 budget. And that is because this year in the legislature, they passed a requirement that starting next year with those truth and taxation notices, we have to send a separate 1-page mailer of detailed budget information. And so there'll be an extra paper in every single one of those truth and taxation notices. And so when I calculate out, I think it's going to be about $1,300 to do that.
So what is that gonna be on that?
It's going to just, the legislature right now said it's detailed budget information and that the Department of Revenue will prescribe the form. So-
Page.
Yep, it's going to be a one-page mailer.
How do you get $49 million in one detail?
And this also has to include the school district and the township
This-
or city. So
I honestly think it's a good idea, but
Yeah,
I
do
don't,
too.
I wonder how detailed you can get on a one
Right.
page.
You can duplex it.
So that's why you're seeing an increase within the truth and taxation budget is because now we're going to be mailing an extra page out, which I calculated based on each property owner only getting 1. I was like, if you own 10 properties, we mail those in 1 envelope. So my hope was that we can only put 1 of those 1-sheeters in there, but we'll see what the direction from the Department of Revenue comes. But my calculation was on sending 1 to each property owner.
They have a template for you or?
They're supposed to be coming up with direction and a template of what it needs to look like.
I suppose if they're in a different city or township or school district, they're gonna.
Right, they're all, right, and so that's a question we also have is the computer system gonna be able to generate this? Because you've got how many different iterations for every township and school district? I mean, some townships have 3 school districts.
People care about. We got it figured out.
Oh, good.
But On one side of the page, you put the commissioner salaries, on the other side, you put how much went to welfare.
I hope Becky's not on the call.
That answers 99% of everybody's questions.
All right, if we're good with that one, we'll move on to the recorder budget. And so within the recorder's office, they have a lot of revenue that comes in from the recording of documents. The recording of documents is just crazy this year with obviously the real estate market and people refinancing and things. We're at $109,000 with halfway through the year already. But I don't think that that level is going to continue into next year. I think that it will come down. So we're budgeting a $10,000 increase just to make sure we can hit that number. The tech fund and the compliance fund fees, those revenues, those are the $10 and $11 on each recorded document that go into those restricted funds. Otherwise, on the department costs, you have the increases in salaries and health insurance just due to the contract requirements. And really everything else stays the same. We've got a decrease in postage and freight, but an increase in cost of having the credit card machine. It's been kind of nice. We have been e-recording a lot more documents, which saves a lot of postage of having to mail those back because they just go through the internet rather than mailing them back. So that's pretty handy. Credit card processing fees, just we're seeing so many people use those credit cards, which it's convenient. At the bottom line items, you might look at that and think, holy cow, those are big increases for the technology and compliance fund. But with those being restricted funds, we always want to keep the revenue and the expenses equal to be the same, because we don't want them to be unbalanced for us to be thinking, oh, if we have less expenses, then we can use that revenue for something else. So those we always have them match. If you see down below, I list what the compliance fund and the equipment fund balances were as of 12/31/20. On the next page, it goes into the planned expenses of those funds. I like to have pretty much a budget for those funds laid out with a plan of how we're going to use them. So the compliance fund, that's the one that can be used for anything regarding property records. And so that can be used between the auditor, the assessor, the recorder, treasurer office. And so I've got the list of what our 12/31 balance, and then we go into what we think the 2021 revenue is going to be, the 2021 expenses that are coming out of there or have already come out of there. And then I move into 2022, what I think that revenue is going to be and the expenses. That recorder compliance fund, we've been building that up because of that property tax and CAMA system purchase with knowing that was coming. And you can see that the second to the bottom line. The other bottom line thing that I put on there is to hopefully plan for flying new aerial photos in 2023. That will be 5 years from when we flew our last ones, which is pretty handy for the assessor's office because they look at every property once every 5 years. And so then it's just on that same cycle. So as you can see, by 12/31/22, our compliance fund balance will be spent down significantly.
That negative 38,000 is actually a positive $38,000.
Right, that's $38,000 worth of money sitting there.
Okay.
The recorder equipment fund is a little bit trickier because that has to be used specifically for the recorder's office for technology and equipment to make sure that they stay compliant with their recording requirements. And so I list all sorts of different things that we take out of there, but we take a lot of the GIS expenses out of that fund, along with just different technology maintenance and things. I work with Ryan quite a bit to see what expenses he has within his budget that we can move over to this fund, but yet they need to be applicable to the recorder's office. So one thing, for example, that we've been doing, and you'll see it in 2021 listed about in the middle, is the battery backups at $40,000. So rather than having those in Ryan's budget or Pete's budget, we pull it out of here because the recorder's office they can't be down during business hours. And so that's why we put it in that, we take it out of this fund. Other ways it kind of, and then the bottom three items also within the recorder equipment budget are three things that could have been in Ryan's budget, but we're pulling them over here because of the necessity for the recorder's office to have these things.
His mom's.
That's the marriage,
I was asking what mom.
Minnesota online marriage system.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
saw that.
yeah, so Minnesota online marriage system. And so it's a website that the recorder organization put together that tracks all marriage license. It's a public website.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We pick a mom every year.
Pick me. No.
So like on the recorder one, as you can see, that equipment fund, even with all of those expenses coming out by the end of 12/31, that should say 22. I mean, we're still gonna have over $100,000 in there, I'm assuming. But we're looking for every corner that we can spend those funds on and move things out of other budgets.
So we have the appropriate amount of people to handle the increased recording traffic.
You know, it's going fine.
Okay.
Those gals are crazy busy. They're hopping constantly. But we're keeping up. We're meeting our compliance requirements for returning documents and processing documents.
When we get audited, do they audit our recording ability?
So
Audits that.
so every year we report it to the professional organization. And so I don't know if they report it to someone else, but also just the state auditors could ask for the report at any given time as well to make sure that we're compliant.
But so that somebody comes in and says, I want to see Steve Holland's property. You know, is it recorded? You know, does somebody check on that? That's something that happened 10 years ago that we still got it recorded.
I guess no, because, you know, when people are doing track searches for refinances and different things, I mean, they would,
They're
right, and like once it's
auditors, right?
recorded, like it can't, our systems are set up, so like we can't even delete anything out. So it's there.
We used to sit and do that for people, and we don't do that for people anymore. Now you can go and you can sit at a computer and do it yourself, and you'll get guidance to do that. But yeah, we don't, the employees do that for you anymore.
But people aren't coming up to the desk and saying, I know my dad had a piece of property here and it's not recorded.
Right, well, I mean, once in a while, like
Yeah. but-
right, yesterday I just had one of, well, I know we just sold that 10 acres and well, I don't have the deed yet. I don't know if it just hasn't gotten recorded yet. And then they called later, oh, I guess I was mistaken. It wasn't even drafted yet. Okay, well.
And we still have unrecorded contracts or
Right.
unrecorded deeds because you didn't used to have to record them. So we've got there's a file in the back office that has a whole bunch of unrecorded deeds.
Right.
We have to find them.
And it's kind of amazing how often those come up of people who just chose never to record them.
Well, is that legal?
It's not a good idea.
No, I don't know how you would prove it.
I mean, the chain of title is based on what's recorded. So,
Right.
I mean, the person could resell the property to someone else and record it, and then you've lost out.
Right.
So
They make it so that now you have like 30 days to get it recorded is the goal.
potentially,
Doesn't happen, but yeah.
right.
So it's a statute now or a law that you have to have it recorded, right? Or not
That you're supposed to.
supposed to? Any penalty?
No, except for so in Minnesota, we're a race to record state. So if someone gets their lien in there, if someone gets their deed in there, their mortgage in there before you because you were slow, well, then you're at the back of the pack.
But if I bought 10 acres from Josh and I just paid him and neither one of us recorded it.
The property record
Years
is
from
gonna change.
years would go, didn't my dad buy that land from you? Yeah.
Right. I mean, the property, the property tax statement all these years.
It happens though.
Right. All right, we'll move on to the assessor budget if you're ready.
I'm trying to hurry along here in a minute.
Yeah, you guys gave me an hour. We've used 45 minutes so far. The assessor budget, so at the beginning of my presentation, and we were talking about larger revenues for the county, assessor contracts was one of those revenues. And so in Pine County, we have contracts with different townships and cities to provide the assessing services. Since we are a local assessor system, those townships and cities can choose if they want to contract with the county or with a private assessor. So those contracts are something that we've been working on these last couple years, and we've actually, per the county board direction, been reducing our cost of those contracts by $1 per year. So the 2022 budget does have that reduction of $1 per parcel per year for those townships and cities that contract with us. When we decided we were going to do that, we knew that we were going to lose about $20,000 of revenue in the assessor's office each year. But that way it was a phased approach to hopefully the ultimate goal one day, getting down to not charging townships and cities at all for us to do it. This year, it's kind of nice because in the 2022 budget, I reduced that $20,000, but then Lori was actually able to obtain contracts with 3 new, the city of Rock Creek, Norman Township, and I think of the last one, Partridge Township. And so as you can see, that revenue actually doesn't hardly go down at all between 2021 and 2022 because of those new contracts. But that does still decrease everyone else's contracts by that $1. Which with those new contracts, we can get to the salaries and wages discussion. So with those new contracts, that obviously has brought additional work. And we knew with those additional contracts, we couldn't ask current staff to do them because they already had a full workload. Department of Revenue looks at how many parcels does each appraiser have in their basket. And so Pine County currently is kind of at that sweet spot of number of parcels. So if we just said we are going to add these parcels onto the existing appraisers, we would be at the high end of the number of parcels an appraiser should be doing so that they can do a good job. And in Pine County, I always think it's a little bit different because that number the Department of Revenue uses, it's the same number across the state. But sometimes Karen has to walk a half a mile back to 6 properties in a day. And so she only got 6 done in a day, where in Minneapolis, they can get 40 done in a day. So it's very different. So I can't imagine increasing our current staff's total parcels with the layout of our land. This year, in order to meet those contracts, the existing staff who are under contract in their union contract work 37.5 hours a week. We worked with the union and they are working 40 hours a week instead, which actually, when you calculate that out between the 4 of them, that's a lot of extra hours. But the union has been very clear of they don't want that to continue because the contract is for 37.5 hours. So with that, my proposal is to add an additional appraiser position starting June 1st next year. So it's only a half a year. Next year, I'm anticipating potentially we'll get some additional contracts because Bob will be retiring. And so right now, the number of new parcels we got is about a half-time appraiser, but I'm really anticipating that we'll get some more contracts next year. But that's also why I'm starting the position halfway through the year as well.
I think if you're real too, everybody knows that your appraisers put in more than the 40 hours or more than the 37.5 hours. You know, they
yes,
a lot of hours that they shouldn't be working.
Yeah.
That they're not getting paid for, I should say.
Yeah, so at the bottom of the page, I have the new position cost listed, what those new contracts, the revenue from those new contracts were. When you subtract those, that additional position should cost about $12,400 next year.
Is that 131,000 including their benefits too?
Right.
That's just for half a year though.
Yeah, it's for a half a year. Other ways, running down the assessor's office budget, really everything pretty much stays the same. You've got some slight decreases with postage, for example. Just we find ourselves being able to email a lot more things than having to mail them out. Our advertising, legals and subscriptions, just the cost for the publication of, they have to publish, for example, when those Board of Equalization meetings are and things. And so that's just bringing that to more of an actual number of what that costs. Reference books and materials. So we have our specific ones that we use. We know what they cost, and that's, it only needs to be $600. Other than that, I think everything's pretty self-explanatory. Questions on that?
I got one.
Yeah.
With lowering the appraiser fee for your contracts, is it beneficial? Is it cheaper for any township to go anywhere else, or is it still?
It is cheaper for them to contract with the county.
I just wanted to know that.
So as an example, I was at Rock Creek this week working with them, and they're excited because they said, this year we're paying this much, then next year it's going to go down to this much. And I mean, they're excited about contracting with the county and just knowing that it's going to.
And in the end, I mean, it's taxpayer dollars, no matter where you get them from, whether the city or township's getting them or where the county's getting them.
Said you threw away $1 a parcel.
Mission Creek obviously didn't change either.
Nope,
Talking about it.
right,
I argued with them that it was the same price or cheaper.
right. And we do have one township out there that hasn't signed a contract with anyone, and they have to by September 19th. If they don't, then it defaults to the county.
Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
We will see. All right, planning and zoning. We can move on to that budget. That budget, I kept the revenues very similar. Our special assessments for our septic fix-up loans, that's going up just a little bit. So we have those low-income septic fix-up loans that we do through Lakes and Pines. And so if they're at a certain income level, it's just a grant. But if they're at just a little bit higher than that, it's a loan. And so that's just for the revolving money to come back. And it's kind of nice because then we get to reloan that money back out. Zoning permits, right now, we're trending a lot higher than what our budget is. If we looked at how it's going to end the year, when you were 50% of the way through the year, you'd think that we would be, we should be able to increase that budget. But I'm just cautious in doing that with the knowledge that I think that things are going to slow down. Otherwise, everything else pretty much stays the same. When you run down the budget, you just have your typical salary and benefit increases and just lowering the phone cost a little bit. But otherwise, that's all the zoning office has going. At the bottom there, I do note that program expense line, if you look at that, that is specifically for those low interest or low income loans. And so that's what that number is for. I list at the bottom what that balance was, 12/31/20. And so that's where those numbers come from. When you look at 2020 and you think, what did they spend $121,000 on? That was all grant funds and was those septic loans or septic grants.
Does
Yeah.
20,000 come out of the fund balance?
It comes out of the fund, well, within the state grants, there's $20,000 into that line item, so those things balance out. Because every year we're getting about $20,000 of new funds to do that.
Oh, and okay, so in the 5306, there's $20,000.
Right. AIS, aquatic invasive species. So back in 2015, 2014, the state legislature passed the aquatic invasive species aid. So we get about $123,000 a year from that aid. With that, we pay 25% of Caleb's salary. We hire about 5 watercraft inspectors. We budget for an intern in there, but we haven't hired one the last couple of years. And really, Otherwise, the program expenses, those things where we work with the lake associations or that decontamination unit the DNR talked about this morning. But those, everything within this department is grant funds. And you can see at the bottom, we have those funds roll over as well. So annually, we haven't actually been spending the whole amount. And so now we've got a nest egg built up of $205,000, which is great. Oh, Ryan, you guys switch slides. There you go.
Is there any limit to how, I know we want to carry that forward because we think someday
Right, someday they're gonna stop funding it.
funding it, and then we'll have a
Right, we can keep
time
it
to
going for a while.
wind down.
Right. And, you know, I think that every year, we're not necessarily coming up with those AIS plans with the idea of trying to build that. We're coming up with the AIS plans based on what the needs are right now.
Right.
It just happened that every year, you know, we haven't spent all of the money and it just gets added to. All right, moving on to solid waste. Good keeping up, Ryan. So the solid waste department, it's a bigger budget, like bigger in size, not necessarily dollar amount. And actually in the solid waste department, we actually have, our budget is sitting better than last year. So we now have 2 full years of running those transfer stations under our belts. And so we have such a better understanding of the costs of running them. We've gotten to make some changes at the transfer stations to cut costs, for example, being able to have bigger dumpsters so that they're hauled out less and things like that. So with that, we were able to put this 2022 budget together with additional revenue in mainly from that North Pine transfer station in Willow River. Those people use that thing like gangbusters up there.
Well, I don't think there's a week that goes by that I don't get an unsolicited thank you from somebody for the South Transfer Station. And people, I don't know what the difference, I don't know, because it's busy every time I go there.
Well, so in Pine City, people are bringing just their regular recycling. And so there's no charge to do that. Where in Willow River, and maybe that's because in Pine City, they have other outlets to get rid of their electronics and their mattresses in the Hinckley transfer station isn't that far. Where in Willow River, we just have so much coming in of things that people are paying for. I think garbage service is also a difference because more of the people in the southern part of the county actually do have curbside garbage service than in the northern part of the county. I think especially down in Pine City, it was a hard change for those people to not have the recycling sheds 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We saw our recycling numbers dip last year, but I think that the more people that use it, they are realizing that it's worth the sacrifice of not having those sheds 24/7, of having a clean area where things are orderly, having someone there to help you answer questions. So I think that it's a good thing. So with that, I mean, within this department, we have our staffing. You do see a significant increase at the part-time staffing. And what that is, if you look back down at the household hazardous waste facility, previously we had a budget in there of $25,000 because we were contracting with Phase for those employees. But then this year we changed and we hired those employees ourselves. And so that's why you have that increase in that part-time, the part-time line item of salaries. But that's really just taking out that contract services. And we have a savings between the two, actually. Otherwise, as we run down the list, you know, you have your typical health insurance and para and FICA increases based on what salaries are doing. Otherwise, when we run down the list, in HHW, you'll see a few increased line items. And that is because we got that grant to build an HHW up at the North Pine Transfer Station. And so with that, we're just anticipating having to do a little bit of more advertising and we'll have to buy a new cart for up there and just different things to get it up and running. So that's what those increases are due to, getting that one up and running. Because we have the grant dollars to build the building, but then you need the scale and all of the different things. The North Pine Transfer Station. So really, I mean, you've got a lot of pluses and minuses at $1,000 or $500. And really, it's just we're honing in on what those things actually cost with the North Pine Transfer Station and the South Pine Transfer Station. We've worked really hard in the last year to make sure that we're getting those expenses and those revenues to those specific accounts so that at any given time, we can tell you how much that facility is bringing in for revenue for the county or costing the county. And then the recycling down the last line item. So that is for the servicer who services our household recycling. So your plastics, your papers, that stuff, what used to be the recycling sheds, which are now at the transfer stations. When we signed that contract, it had a clause in it for renewals based on a inflation index. And so just giving an assumption of what that inflation index was how I came up with that number of $73,000, which is an increase about $4,400 from $3,400 from last year.
It's just like our solid waste facility tied to the consumer price index.
Right. Yeah. And then down on program expense is another thing that you'll see jumped up about $8,000. And so that is coming, so that line item is, if you go to the Hinckley transfer station, the county subsidizes your recycling of your mattresses, your TVs, your tires and things by 50%. And so over the years, we have seen the use of that tick up and just the, the cost of it tick up as well. And so we're just trying to recognize what that actual cost should be next year. And just on a note, so the Hinckley transfer station run by Essential Solid Waste. So we pay 50% of those recycling costs at that transfer station. And then at our two county run ones, the prices are just set at that 50% cost. So just so you know how that works. So overall, the solid waste department needs about $2,000 less of levy dollars next year to run as it did this year.
Perfect.
All right, non-departmental in the general fund. So this is kind of the catch-all end of the general fund where we show our property tax payments. And again, I kept the property tax levy the same since we haven't decided where we're going or what we're doing between 2021 and 2022. I do have a slight increase for mortgage registration tax in the budget just because we have so many people refinancing their mortgages. Otherwise, your county program aid, you'll see that's going down $38,000 next year. And you've got just a few other little revenues that are slated to go up slightly. That indirect cost stuff, you'll notice if you look at 2018 and 2019, those numbers were just zero. So previously we just budgeted that revenue for the indirect costs. So that's the money that we get from the state for our indirect costs in the general fund to support HHS. So previously that all just went into one line item. As you can see, it wasn't called child support as it is now. But then at the end of the year, we always had to move those dollars to these funds. And so it just seems silly. And so now we are just putting them directly in the right funds for the different programs. Otherwise, when we run down our interest income, I spend not quite a bit, but I spend a lot of time talking to the different brokers and doing a lot of information gathering of what we can do to increase our interest income. And it's hard right now. We're limited in how we can invest our funds. I've been able to get a few bonds, which the interest is kind of at the going rate right now, but in the future, 6 months to a year starts to ramp up. So I'm hopeful that maybe we'll start to pull in a little bit more interest income. However, if interest rates are still low, then those are just going to get called and we won't get that revenue. And that's kind of looking like what's going to happen is our interest won't go up because they'll just get called.
It's a huge difference.
Yep, if you look back at 2019 where we were, and where we are now.
Yeah.
And so, a lot of our revenue actually comes from our money market account at Stearns Bank in town now these days. Otherwise, running down the list, the only other, I mean, we have an increase of workers' comp premium, just looking at what it's been previous years, trying to come up with a dollar figure. Jackie and I have been working to hone in on the number that we report to MCIT, so hopefully that will be a good, solid number to work with. Otherwise, that's kind of the non-departmental catch-all where it doesn't fit anywhere else stuff. Questions on that? So I mean, when you look at this budget, you go, oh, well, they have, you know, they have surplus revenue, but that's because this fills all of the gaps from everything else in the general fund. Any questions on that? All right, elections. So in 2019, we began having a specific property tax levy for elections with the goal of, previously in odd years, we budgeted a very small number because there wasn't really any elections. And then in even years, we had to budget a really big number, and it just created this wave with the property tax levy. So we had this idea to just levy a specific amount across the board for year after year. And so we've been doing that. Our first year of 2019 did not go super well because we had 4 special elections that we shouldn't have had. We should have had a nice nest egg after 2019, and really we ended up in the hole by almost $17,000. And then 2020 came along, and you know, we had 3 elections with the presidential primary, the primary election, and then the general election. And when all was said and done with that, we ended up with a nest egg coming out with about $4,600 to the good. So we were slowly building our nest egg. In 2021, if all continues as I think it will, we should continue to build that fund balance by about $62,000.
So the special election that just happened in Rock Creek, did Rock Creek pay for that, or did we pay for that?
So we pay for it and then we get reimbursed from it. So you'll notice that refunds and reimbursements line, that's what that is. So, and in 2020, that refunds and reimbursements line was so big because the presidential primary election, that silly election in March, the state completely reimbursed us the cost of. So that's why that number was so high in 2020.
Since this is a dedicated fund, is there a fund balance?
Yes, so the fund balance is, so 2019, because it was a negative balance, we wiped that out and we started over because we don't want to start in the hole. So in 2019, we moved on from that. So between 2020, you know, right now we've got $4,600 as of 12/31/20. But then once we get to the end of 2021, hopefully we've got about $66,000 in that fund balance. I would like to say when we move on to 2022, and then we'll have a primary election in August and a general election in November, that we don't need to increase the property tax levy because we've got that fund balance we can fall back on. There's 2 problems with that. The first one is, as we learned in 2020, there was an enormous amount of absentee and early voting. I don't think that, I mean, we were at almost 50% either mail ballot absentee voting. I don't think it's going to stay at that level, but I think it's going to be a lot higher than what we've seen before. People learned it's easy, it's simple. They can come anytime 46 days before the election and vote. So with that, in 2020, we had 1 temporary staff and we ran her butt off. And you have to remember, during these elections, my regular staff still has their regular job to do. And so the 2020 election, I can't ask my staff to do that again. I don't think I'll make it through that. So in this 2022 budget, I am asking for 2 temporary staff instead of just the 1 to help with that absentee and early voting, because it is an enormous amount of work and we can't do it with our in-house staff. And so that's an increase there, when you're comparing back to 2020 is to have those 2 temporary staff instead of 1. And then just, again, that's really your main increase you have between the 2 even year elections. When you compare back to 2021, it looks like huge increases for expenses, but that's an odd year. So when all is said and done, the 2022 budget is sitting unbalanced currently with no top property tax increase at $14,766. You could say, great, Kelly, use the restricted fund balance and we're on our way. My only caution to that is by the 2024 election, we have to replace all of our election equipment. That is going to be about $250,000. There is a state grant that's going to be coming out that should pay for half of it. And I've been very vocal with the state of, we haven't gotten any money since 2005, where every single other county except for us and 1 other has not gotten any money since 2005. So we need to be the front of the pack. And so we should get that 50% funded. But that also means I need a balance going into 2023 of $125,000 to make up that difference. So I don't know that we need to increase the budget. So I would like to see, when all is said and done, that we increase the tax levy for elections, just that $14,766. So that we're balanced at least and not dipping into that fund balance. And then my hope is in 2023, we can, with the levy that's remaining, we'll be able to make that equipment purchase.
I had a lady come up to me the other day about elections and she had been looking at a map and she said, out of all of the ones where there is possible fraud, she said Pine County was totally clear. She said Pine County was one of the counties that had absolutely no questions of fraud. Way to go.
So that equipment we have to buy, would that be eligible for ARPA funding?
That's a really good question, Steve. I'm gonna need to look into that.
Because we won't have to spend that.
Yeah, and there is also some additional within the ARPA bill. There is some cybersecurity elections money, which that's where the state grant's coming from. But I'm kind of wondering, because our issue is all cybersecurity. Our current system runs on Windows 7, which hasn't been supported for a number of years. And so when the state realized that, they said, the next presidential election, you cannot be on that. You have to be off of it. We're going to make it through 2022 with that equipment, but we can't go into 2024 with that equipment. So maybe there's going to be some other funding sources we can find to help with that. All right, moving on to debt. As I said in my previous, or in the presentation earlier, our debt is structured in that the payments stay very much level from year to year, so that when you look at our overall debt cost, this year it's costing us additional $1,200. So as you can see, like the 2015 jail bonds, we're having to, our levy for that actually gets to go down a tiny bit. Within our bond documents, it tells us exactly how much we have to levy for those payments each year. And we actually have to levy for 5% more than the payment just for uncollectibles and things like that. So when you run down those, I think it's pretty straightforward. We will have the property tax levy, which is stated in the bond document that we have to do. We have our principal and interest costs. And then every year we have a little bit of a service charge for different reporting that Ellers does for us and the handling of our payments and things. The only thing that I want to highlight is on Fund 40, right in the middle there. So Fund 40, that is our courthouse bond that we've refunded last year. And with that, as part of that refunding, we refinanced the courthouse bond, but then we also took that additional money for those projects. One of those projects was some solid waste funds. Those solid waste funds came with significant strings attached, in that the statute says the solid waste department has to pay for that part of the bond. And so when you look on the Fund 40, you see this transfer in county departments. And so that revenue is coming in from the general fund, from the solid waste budget. So if you go back to the solid waste budget, there's a matching transfer out to this. And that's going to be a little bit interesting because at this point, we don't have definite plans to spend those solid waste funds. And so I've had some conversations with Ellers of, can we change that? But it's looking a little bit difficult because of how how it was issued under the statute, but we'll get there. And I just wanted to call that out so that that was understood. So obviously every year our principal payments are able to go up because our interest payments go down and, we plug away at it. They will, the jail bonds, courthouse bonds are paid off in 2031, and then the 2017 CIP bonds are 2033. Any questions on the debt? All right. Last one, land fund, and it's easy. So the land fund has no tax levy dollars to it. It's all self-funded. It's funded by those, mainly by the timber and tax forfeit land sales. Because whatever our administrative cost is, we get to take that back off the top of those sales. So our budget is always met in this department. We've got the 2 staff. And so you see the typical COLA and increases that you'd anticipate from those increases that we've been talking about. Down the line, it's pretty much same old, same old. I am thinking that we might have a decrease of just land sales, just because our list is getting shorter and shorter each year. So just trying to recognize that a little bit. But for the land fund anyways, that's not concerning because it ends up balanced always, because we get to take that administrative cost off the top before we put out the money to the township, the school, and the general fund. Within the land funds, you've got the regular land fund, which is at the top, and then at the bottom, you've got 4 little separate lines. So you've got the gas tax, forest roads. So we get specific gas tax money from the state for our forest roads, and so that's a restricted fund. Timber development, so we keep a percentage of the timber sales and land sales to build that fund up. That fund is used to purchase easements, to sometimes we'll purchase access to a property. That's what that fund is used for. The blight forfeited cleanup. So again, we're keeping a percentage of those land sales which go into this fund. And that is where we're doing, when we get a really blighted property that just needs to be dealt with, it allows us to have some funds to do that with. And then the last one was a new one last year, which is the park acquisition and development. So statute allowed us to keep a percentage off of the land sales for that. It's only the land sales that we're doing that for. No, that's land and timber. Sorry, forfeited land is only the land sales that we do it on, but parks is on land and timber. Last year we were keeping 10%. This year we're keeping 20%. And the plan with that is just to build it up. Like you heard this morning, we've got a lot going on with the Obastar Trail. Lots of ideas floating out there of different things, parks or trails that we want to do, grants that we've gotten that need matching funds. That's always been the hang up of, we could apply for this grant, but then we need X amount of matching funds and we don't have it. And so this is going to help so that those matching funds don't have to come from the highway department, because that's the other place they could come from. Questions on that? That's what I got.
Quick on that Fund 40 accounting game, that has 0 impact on the levy.
Correct.
Levy is either attributed to the bond fund or to the solid waste fund and then transferred.
Right. Just a movement of numbers. All right, so that's all that I have for the preliminary budget overall for the county and then within my departments. Thanks.
Thank you.
You.
Hey, thanks, Kelly.
David, one thing I thought of, and I think of usually late at night, I get to text you, but now I'm out of it again. Can we have a discussion of where would we fit the discussion about if we want to continue our membership in rural counties and pick up a membership in the Highway 23 Coalition? Would that be an administrative budget?
Yep, and actually that would probably,
I think that's in 801 actually.
not in commissioner budget.
Uh,
We could schedule it whenever you wanted. In
Yeah,
reality,
I just so we don't forget,
yeah, that's in the 801.
oh, so you missed the opportunity. That was already covered
Oh.
earlier today.
Yeah, it's too late.
Do you want, we could add that to the 24th, just memberships,
yeah.
to
membership.
give you a list of organizations that the county,
Yeah.
primarily the county commissioners are members of.
For the new commissioners, we joined this rural counties group just a few years ago. And I've been the representative there, and they're a good group. But they are more southwestern Minnesota orientated. And so they worry a lot about ethanol, and all those counties own their own hospitals. So we have some common issues, but when we talk to them about PILT payments, they don't want to hear that. And, we're,
Don't know what it is.
I think this Highway 23, if we talk about economic development, Highway 23 Coalition is really trying to develop Highway 23, and that feeds, if you've ever been, Josh has been there a lot probably, on that exit coming off the freeway, and see how many people come off of 23 and getting on the free, the other day I happened to be in line there.
Oh.
And I thought,
We bypassed.
maybe that's a very cheap organization to belong to. Just what, $300 or something? And we'd have our name in the hat, but we'll talk about that a different day.
Okay.
We got a closed session we got to do.
Yes, so if you were ready for that.
I think we are.
If someone wanted to make that motion that to close the meeting pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.03 to consider negotiation strategies and develop, discuss, and review labor negotiations for negotiations with the correction officer dispatch unit represented by the AFSCME. You could do that.
I'll second it.
Moore makes a motion, Lovegren seconds that we go into labor negotiation closed session.
We do it here. Do we need to go to the room again?
Pardon me?
We do it in here. Do we have to go to a different?
I think we got to move into there, don't we?
So if,
Roll call vote for that?
oh, yes.
Yes.
I
Debbie,
just wanted to know.
do we have any discussion on that?
I
Debbie,
have discussion, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Oh, so how much time can you give me to move? 5 minutes or something?
How much time do you need?
Well, I don't know, depends how slow the elevator is.
Till you come back on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll need
Okay.
a little time to move also. Are we gonna come back then, or are we gonna adjourn right after the closed meeting?
Well, I don't think we have any other business, JJ.
Okay, all right then.
So technically the board will reconvene and then adjourn, but sometimes the online members aren't quick enough to rejoin.
That's just I'm worried about with connection speed and everything.
Yeah.
So if I missed it,
I would
I apologize.
say, we got 3 members here that we can adjourn, and I don't see anybody
Okay.
here that we're gonna have any other business except to adjourn.
So should the motion pass, the members in the room will move to the conference room and the members online will drop off this link and get on a new link. That's just the closed meeting.
So Debbie's going to call the roll.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren. Aye. District Commissioner Waldam.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can keep showing us pictures of.
Are you gonna look at the agenda next time before you say which meeting you're gonna go to?
I mean, I didn't really have a choice.
We'll call this meeting back to order. Any other business?
No.
If not, we'll declare this meeting adjourned. How's that?
Perfect.
Thank you very much. It was a long day, but a lot of progress.
We're gonna blame it on Terry.